Chapter 53. Chu Tian went into closed-door cultivation for a few days and used up 5,000 pieces of meteorite grass, which was worth around 60,000 gold coins. He had finally managed to cultivate the starlight immortal body. But there was still a large gap from the small success glass body realm. Cultivating the cultivation technique did not require a constant amount of materials. As the cultivation technique deepened, it would increase exponentially. With the current size of Miracle Commerce's Miracle Commerce, it would be hard for a single person to cultivate. Not to mention taking out a portion of the money to invest in Miracle Commerce's other businesses. Not to mention training other people, not to mention that Chu Tian could cultivate other cultivation techniques. How was this cultivating? It was simply burning money. But in the process of cultivating, Chu Tian had gained quite a bit. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th body refinement layer, but the increase in his cultivation was not very obvious. But the power of the stars had cleansed his body, the strength of his meridians and spirit energy had all increased by a large amount. Chu Tian's physical strength had increased by several times. This was without a doubt a solid foundation for the future. As long as there was a supply of materials, it wouldn't be long before Chu Tian would be able to cultivate the glass body realm. Miracle Commerce was a group. Without a strong enough person to oversee it, once it grew larger, it would be hard to make ends meet. So in order to increase the strength of others, Chu Tian was not stingy with his experience. He personally guided several core members in their cultivation. On this day, Meng Qingwu, Meng Yingying, Xiong Tianyang, and Zhong Liqing were all present. The few of them voiced out their doubts about the difficulties they faced in their cultivation. Chu Tian answered them one by one and guided them one by one. With a vision that was 30,000 years ahead, this was not a joke. Chu Tian's P had several more tricks than a normal person. He did not dare say that he was invincible under the heavens, but in terms of theoretical knowledge, he definitely had a strong vision. Every piece of knowledge was the accumulation of tens of thousands of years of wisdom. Every theory was the result of countless predecessors' research. No matter how profound the problem was, it could always be solved with the simplest method. Chu Tian's suggestions were always heavenly and extremely creative, giving people a lot of inspiration. Their progress in the starlight immortal body was not as fast as Chu Tian, but they had already touched the threshold. To them, this cultivation technique was just too profound and too obscure. The few of them listened with rapt attention. At this moment, Nan Gongyun suddenly rushed in with an anxious look on her face. Chu Tian, something big has happened. He threw a pile of newspapers to them. One after another, shocking headlines appeared in front of everyone's eyes. People Times headline uncovering Chu Tian, an illegitimate son of a traitor. Tiannan Daily headline, Chu family suspected of stealing Chu family's secret technology. Golden Business Journal headline, fishing for fame, deceiving the world. Chu Tian is a big liar. Mercenary Weekly headline, shameless Chu Tian, making a fortune by stealing technology. You don't deserve to stay in Tiannan City. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? The media that had been singing praises for the past few days seemed to have eaten several gins of aphrodisiac. In a single night, they all changed sides, wantonly condemning him and wildly bombarding him. There were three main points. 1. Chu Tian was a traitor. 2. Chu Tian was an illegitimate son of the Chu family in Central State City, a bastard without any status. 3. Chu Tian's technology was not his own, but rather when he defected from the Chu family, he stole it from them. Chu Tian was directly portrayed as a despicable, shameless, sinister, and deceitful person who stole his family's technology. Seeing a ghost. These bastards could think of anything. Without a doubt, Tiannan City was once again shaken. Chu Tian was once again pushed into the teeth of the storm and Miracle Commerce once again became the focus of everyone's discussion. Miracle Commerce was like a shooting star, but in just a few short days, it was thrown down from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. This dramatic turn of events had caught the citizens by surprise. Of course, the success of the Source Energy restaurant caused countless people to be jealous. These articles were well-founded. It was as if Chu Tian's entire life experience was dug out. A 16 or 17-year-old youth, how could he grasp this kind of advanced technology? It was impossible. There had to be a problem. All kinds of questioning voices came one after another. Zhongli Qing knit his brows and said, "This is too vicious. They want to ruin Chu Tian's reputation." Xiong Tianyang impatiently said, "Bullshit. Do people actually believe these things? Let's quickly explain it." Nan Gongyun's beautiful eyes flashed with anger. She slammed the table into pieces, her phoenix eyes opened wide as she angrily roared, "Fuck. What use is there in explaining? These bastards are playing dirty tricks on us. This old lady will go and destroy them. You guys calm down." Meng Qingwu was holding back her anger, but ever since she took charge of Southern Cloud Commerce, she had experienced many big and small waves, so she did not lose her mind. This matter has nothing to do with the media. Then it must be the Chu family. Nan Gongyun angrily said, "The Chu family's ability is only concentrated in Central State City. What does South Sky City count for? What is there to be proud of? My Nangong family is still a large family in Imperial City." Meng Qingwu quickly said, "Because of this, it is even more strange. This matter was clearly done by the Chu family, but the Chu family does not have any foundation in South Sky City. Do they have this kind of ability to change the public opinion of South Sky City in one night? You're saying," Meng Qingwu solemnly nodded her head, "on the surface, this matter seems to be caused by the Chu family in Central State looking for trouble. But in the end, there is still a local power causing trouble. Without them secretly fanning the flames and supporting us, the situation would not have suddenly turned around." She understood that the Ye family and the Du family had deep roots in South Sky City. It was under their coercion that all the major media outlets changed sides and cooperated with the Chu family to attack. It was a conspiracy from the beginning. First investigate Chu Tian's identity. Then leak the news of Chu Tian to the Chu family. Finally provoke the conflict between Chu Tian and the family. Using all kinds of resources, they weaved a large net. Yi Xiong was hindered by Nangong Yi and Zhongli Qing, so he could not directly make a move against Chu Tian. So he thought of this method of borrowing a knife to kill. Meng Yingying worriedly asked, "How should we deal with this?" "Don't act blindly, this is only using public opinion to create momentum. The real killing move has not been made yet. We can't stop their mouths, let them say what they want. We can't do nothing. This is related to Chu Tian's reputation. Don't worry, these words may seem shocking, but if you think about it carefully, it will be full of flaws. The more we explain, the more people will say, 'Why don't we wait quietly for a few days?' It's best to wait for the limelight to pass and for everyone to calm down. I will then mediate and change the direction of public opinion. Otherwise, if we act rashly, we may fall into a new trap." Meng Qingwu was very calm. She was obviously very experienced in dealing with such a crisis. Chu Tian thought, "Too passive, we should take the initiative to attack." Meng Qingwu said with a bitter smile, "Attack? They have the upper hand." Chu Tian narrowed his eyes and scanned through the newspaper, an unfathomable smile appearing on his lips. "It's just a facade. The idiots think they have the advantage, but they don't know that they have dug a big hole and buried themselves in it." Dug a big hole. Buried themselves in it. What does this mean? A few guards ran over in a flustered manner. "Miss, bad news. There are a lot of people outside. They are about to charge in, we can't stop them." The sky was gloomy and dark clouds hung low. Faint flashes of lightning could be seen, it was a depressing atmosphere of a storm. Several hundred armed men swarmed in, surrounding the main door. Stones and Molotov cocktails were thrown into the courtyard. A sharp shout was heard in the main hall. "Chu Tian bastard! Come out for me!" Chu Tian had hyperfocus and his mind's eye, making him invincible in the same realm. Not to mention he had recently cultivated the starlight immortal body. As long as he did not meet an awakened soul cultivator, he did not care. Not to mention he had Xiong Tianyang, Nangong Yun, and Zhongli Qing to protect him. "Let's go out." Chu Tian swaggered out. "The weather is gloomy today, but everyone is so passionate, this one is truly flattered. Stop talking nonsense. You traitor of the Chu family. We were blind, we never would have thought that you were this kind of shameless villain." A few guards dressed in the Chu clan's attire were glaring at him furiously, as if they were facing an enemy who had killed their father. Among the crowd, there was a 30-year-old youth. He was tall, his aura was condensed, his eyes were like two dots, and his voice was like muffled thunder. It was clear his spirit energy was deep. He was a peak expert. If this kind of character was in South Sky City, he would not be much worse than Xiong Tianyang. The surrounding crowd began to discuss. This time Chu Tian was truly in big trouble. Everyone, I am Chu Yi, Central State Chu family's fourth elder's son. Chu Tian is the shame of the Chu family. He should not be living in this world. The Chu family was kind and spared his life, but who would have thought that this thief would not be grateful and would even steal the family's core technology? This so-called new technology, it all came from the Chu family's research institute. That is the life's work of the Chu family's elders and sages. Chu Tian not only stole the Chu family's secrets and tarnished the family's reputation, he also injured the people who came to argue, causing the tragedy of 1 dead and 2 crippled in the Chu family. Such a cruel and unscrupulous thing. Such a vicious and merciless person. If he is allowed to live, there will be endless troubles in the future. When the crowd heard this, they were all filled with righteous indignation. No wonder Chu Tian was able to create so many miracles at such a young age. After all this trouble, this fellow's things were all stolen from the family when he betrayed the family. I never thought. He was actually such a scum. You are not fit to be in South Sky City. Quickly scram. Everyone. Let's suppress this scum. Kill him. Kill him. The crowd immediately began to shout. If one looked carefully, it was not hard to see that these were the Ye family's mercenaries, deliberately guiding the crowd's emotions. The crowd's emotions were stirred up. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Chu Yi loudly shouted, "Capture this thief. Execute him on the spot." Several fierce Chu family guards suddenly rushed out from the crowd, looking like they wanted to capture Chu Tian alive. Scram! Nangong Yun's delicate voice exploded, a palm shot out. The palm wind was like a wave hitting the guards, instantly pushing them down. Who dares move? I'll kill him. Chu Yi's eyes flashed with a cold smile. In front of everyone's eyes, the mayor's daughter still dares to protect this traitor. Come, capture him. Dozens of people rushed out from the crowd. These were all experts from the Ye family and Du family. A fierce pressure suddenly erupted from the distance. A deep roar came out. Who dares capture people in front of my eyes? Nangong Yi jumped out from the beast carriage. Like a hawk flying through the crowd, he landed in between the two sides. The mayor had appeared. When Chu Yi saw Nangong Yi appear, he was not surprised at all. Mayor Nangong? My Chu family is capturing the traitor. What qualifications do you have to stop me? Chu Tian came from the Chu family. Chu Tian was an illegitimate child of the Chu family. This news really surprised Nangong Yi. However, if one were to say that Chu Tian's knowledge was stolen from the Chu family, Nangong Yi would not believe it even if he died. If the Chu family had this kind of background, how could they settle in a small county? Wasn't this a big joke? Then again, an unreliable illegitimate child. How could he grasp the profound meaning of the mind's eye? An unreliable illegitimate child, how could he find a way to control crystal oil? If the Chu family really had this kind of background, how could they research the source energy lamp and the source energy pot? How could they not have any news about it? If you want to punish someone, you can always find a pretext. Nangong Yi stood in the middle. He was not angry. His powerful aura suppressed everyone. A trivial junior dares to put on airs in front of this mayor. If Chu Jiangshan has the guts to come, I'm interested in exchanging a few blows with him. You. Chu Yi's complexion slightly changed. This Nangong Yi's tone was really big. He actually wanted to exchange blows with the family head. The Nangong family was one of the kingdom's 3 great families. Nangong Yi was only a branch family. Nangong Yi took a step forward. A powerful pressure, like a mountain toppling sea, suddenly forced everyone to take a step back, still not scramming. Do you want me to make a move? Mayor Nangong, such a powerful official. At this time, a low voice came from the crowd, but you are using your status and power to interfere in the private affairs of the Chu family. I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Who was it? Everyone was shocked. Who in South Sky City dared to speak to the mayor like this? Chapter 54. A slightly fat, balding middle-aged man calmly walked out. This person had a sharp hooked nose, his eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, his whole body was filled with a strong aura. Although it was not enough to compete with Nangongyi, it was enough to block Nangongyi's might. An awakened soul realm cultivator. Nangongyi's face slightly changed. Why would this fellow appear here? Luo Yuanshan gave a taunting smile. He took out the white jade token from his chest and raised it up high, loudly announcing, "Main City Supervisor's Office, Law Enforcement Elder Luo Yuanshan is here." The Supervisor's Office was the main city's authority. It was directly under the central state main city's mayor's palace. It had the authority to supervise the various military officers and administrators. This was a very powerful department. Luo Yuanshan continued to loudly announce, "Nangongyi has crossed the line without permission, interfering with the Chu family's internal affairs. This is against the kingdom's laws. This elder cannot just sit back and do nothing. I ask the mayor to stop interfering until this matter is clearly investigated." Nangongyi's face was cloudy. Luo Yuanshan confidently said, "Mayor, my words are very clear. I ask the mayor to move aside, don't waste everyone's time." The supervisor's office was the main city's authority. Nangongyi's position was already unstable. If the supervisor's office took this opportunity to cause trouble, perhaps Nangongyi would not even be able to keep his position as the mayor. Would Nangongyi still dare to move? Nangongyi realized, this was a conspiracy. "What do you want?" "Sir Mayor's question is wrong." Luo Yuanshan had a righteous look on his face. "The Chu family's matters, you have no right to interfere. I also have no right to interfere. How to deal with it, you should ask the Chu family." Chu Yi sternly said, "The crime of betraying the clan, there is no way to live. This thief not only betrayed the clan, he also stole the clan's secrets. He should be hacked to pieces and bitten by 10,000 insects, in order to uphold the prestige of the Chu family." "Did you hear that?" Luo Yuanshan snorted, gently waving his hand. "What are you staring at? Drag this thief away for me. He will be hacked to pieces and bitten by 10,000 insect." Meng Yingying clenched her fists in anger. Not only did they frame Chu Tian, but they also wanted to use cruel torture to kill Chu Tian. Before Meng Yingying could speak, everyone felt the ground beneath their feet tremble slightly. Nangongyi's city lord robe fluttered even though there was no wind, and a surge of fiery energy surged out of his body. The dense yuan energy released an intense fiery light, and a suffocating heat wave enveloped a radius of a few hundred meters. Boom, boom, boom. The volcano source spirit slowly appeared. A terrifying aura burst out. A destructive power began to brew, like a volcano that had been suppressed for thousands of years. Once released, it would destroy the heavens and earth. Luo Yuanshan turned pale with fright, retreating a few steps, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. "Nangongyi, don't tell me you want to make a move against the people of the Inspectorate Manor. Are you tired of sitting here?" Nangongyi sneered, "It's fine if you don't want to be the city lord. As long as I, Nangongyi, am here, I will not tolerate the success of ordinary villains." Chu Tian's value far surpassed that of a city lord. Even if it was a cultivation technique to train one's spiritual energy, Nangongyi would still protect Chu Tian to the end. Luo Yuanshan's imposing manner fell into a disadvantage, but he still fiercely roared, "Nangongyi, as the city lord, you have disregarded the laws of the kingdom. What crime do you deserve? If you want to punish someone, you can always find a pretext." Nangongyi's imposing manner became more and more powerful, even releasing a strong killing intent. "Luo family is just a trivial elder. Do you really think I will put you in my eyes? Even if I kill you, can the law punish me?" To put it bluntly, in this world, strength was everything. Nangongyi did not have any way to legally protect him. Then he could only use violent methods. No matter what, he had to protect Chu Tian. Luo Yuanshan did not think it would be like this. The entire plan was built on the assumption that Nangongyi would retreat. Who would have thought that for a waste brat, Nangongyi would not even want to be the city lord? When Chu Tian saw this, his lips curled into a faint smile. Actually, Yi Xiong's reaction, even his current methods, were all within Chu Tian's expectations. After the summit, Chu Tian had already made his preparations. "These grandsons want to fight with me?" "Far from it." Nangongyun excitedly laughed. "Good job. That's my dad." Luo Yuanshan was riding a tiger. It was hard to get off, so he steeled his heart. The city lord is determined to protect this thief, breaking the kingdom's laws, and bottom line, as a judicial elder, I have to protect the law and protect the kingdom's dignity. Good. Elder Luo is truly righteous. We'll lend you a hand. Several figures landed around him, Yi Xiong, Du Zhentian, Li Changyun, and several other top experts. The many experts instantly surrounded Nangong Yi. Awakened soul cultivators teamed up to deal with the city lord. The onlookers were all shocked and panicked. Nangong Yi angrily smiled at the many awakened soul cultivators. Good. Since you want to make a move, don't say this city lord didn't give you a chance. All of you come together. The city lord is righteous. This old man will help you. Zhong Li Qing gently stepped forward, like a gust of wind, teleported several meters away, floating next to Nangong Yi. A pair of giant blue eagle wings appeared on his back. Ji! An ear-piercing eagle cry exploded in the air. The blue spirit energy condensed into the shape of a giant eagle, soaring through the 9 heavens, disdainfully looking down on all living things. A strong and powerful pressure covered everyone present, a sharp killing intent, making people tremble. Nangong Yi's strength and anger were brewing to the extreme. If you want to fight, I'll fight. In this fart-sized South Sky City, I've never been afraid of anyone. A small Chu Tian wanted to cause a big battle between awakened soul cultivators. The destructive power of awakened soul cultivators was huge. If they fought each other, it would simply be a catastrophe. Nangong Yi, Zhong Li Qing, only the two of them, had the advantage in strength, especially Nangong Yi. His cultivation was unfathomable. His volcano source spirit's destructive power was shocking. It had overwhelming power. The surrounding area was a densely populated area. Nangong Yi's volcano power, its destructive power was too strong. If it was used even a little, it would inevitably cause innocent deaths. Considering this point, Nangong Yun could not fight with all her strength. Zhong Li Qing's cultivation was also very high, but 2 fists could not fight against 4 hand. Once the battle started, the two of them would inevitably be restrained. The Meng Qing Wu sisters were at a loss. The situation was out of control. The top powers of South Sky City clashed. The consequences were unimaginable. Once this matter became big, for miracle commerce, for Chu Tian, it would be very bad. What should they do? When the atmosphere of the scene reached its peak, a lazy voice, very untimely, rang out. Sir City Lord, why are you so angry? It's not a big deal. First step back. This little one will say a few words. The entire conflict was caused by Chu Tian. The person involved did not have any awareness at all. Nangong Yi was so angry that he almost became muddle-headed. They already wanted to cut you into 1,000 pieces. You still act like you don't care. Do you even have a few lives? Under everyone's gaze, Chu Tian leisurely walked to the center, facing Chu Yi's group. You keep saying, I am a member of the Chu family, betrayed the family, and stole the technology. But now the problem is. Chu Tian revealed a cheap smile. Am I really a member of the Chu family? Everyone was stunned. What did these words mean? Did Chu Yi recognize the wrong person? Chu Yi angrily said, if you aren't a member of the Chu family, then did you come out of a rock? You need evidence to speak. Chu Tian revealed a treacherous smile. Where's the evidence? Why don't you take out the genealogy and show it to everyone? If the genealogy has my, Chu Tian's, name in it, so what if I stretch out my neck to be executed? Disgraceful thing. How can an illegitimate bastard tarnish the genealogy? That's strange. If I can't even enter the genealogy, how can I be considered a member of the Chu family? Since I can't even enter the genealogy, how can I be considered a member of the clan? Since I can't even enter the genealogy, what right does the Chu family have to use their clan rules to restrict me? These words came out. Everyone was stunned. The continent's clan system was very strict. Every descendant, whether it was a branch or a direct descendant, they all had to be registered in the genealogy. The kingdom allowed clan rules to exist, but the scope of the clan rules was not unlimited. Otherwise, what was the use of the kingdom's laws? The clan rules only had a limited scope. The scope was within the clan. The genealogy was how the clan was divided. A person who couldn't enter the genealogy would automatically lose all resources, privileges, status. They couldn't vote in the clan. They couldn't practice the clan's martial arts. They were no different from outsiders. since they couldn't enjoy the clan's privileges. Then naturally they couldn't accept the restrictions of the clan. If he didn't enter the genealogy, the clan wouldn't recognize him. How could he be considered a member of the Chu family? If Chu Tian wasn't a monk, the nature of this matter would be completely different. Yi Xiong never thought that Chu Tian would be this cunning. You're trying to confuse the public. Chu Yi was seething with anger. What a good treacherous thing. You have the blood of the Chu family in your body. The Chu family raised you for 10 years. This kind of disgraceful words, you still dare to say them? You really are a heartless and unscrupulous beast. Raised for 10 years. 10 years of house arrest. Although his memories had disappeared, Chu Tian could feel that those 10 years were worse than pigs and dogs. His father couldn't bear the torture and humiliation, so he brought Chu Tian to escape. In the end, one was chased to death and the other was reduced to a slave. Chu Yi changed his angle. You stole the Chu family's secrets. Just this one point is enough to cut you into 1,000 pieces. Saying that I stole the technology, where is the evidence? Chu Tian saw Chu Yi's constipated expression. He smiled and shook his head. Please don't treat everyone as fools. Anyone with a bit of brain wouldn't believe this kind of stupid word. Chu Yi bit down. Don't even think about quibbling. Chu Tian looked up into the sky and laughed. His tone suddenly became tough as he loudly questioned him. Then, I'll ask you a few questions. The Chu family invented the source energy lamp and the source energy pot, but in half a year, they didn't even let out a fart. Instead, they let me set up a company in South Sky City and earn my first bucket of gold. Could it be that the Chu family is a group of good-for-nothings? If the Chu family really had these precious technologies, why would they be stolen by a trivial person who doesn't even have any cultivation base? Moreover, after being stolen for half a year, there hasn't been any movement or reaction. Could it be that the Chu family are all idiots? If I really stole the technology from the Chu family and was discovered by the Chu family, such a big matter, why didn't the Chu family have any reaction, instead sending a junior to deal with it? Could it be that the entire Chu family is dead? You answer me. Why? A series of questions. Sharp and crafty. Each one was aimed at a vital point. When everyone heard this, they suddenly realized that this matter was very strange, but the development was too sudden, so they didn't think too deeply about it. Adding in the fact that there were people fanning the flames, so their emotions were tied up. Yi Xiong, Luo Yuanshan, and Du Zhentian's expressions all changed. Such a good eloquent mouth. The reason why they acted so quickly was to not give Chu Tian any time to think. They wanted to gain the upper hand by a show of strength, using a thunderous momentum. They wanted to get rid of him first. Yi Xiong had underestimated the importance that Nan Gongyi placed on Chu Tian. He had also underestimated Chu Tian's ability to fight a war of word. What a joke! This father came from 30,000 years in the future. I am the continent's youngest great sage. Usually when I have nothing better to do, I like to fight with those old farts. These fellows want to win against me. They're too tender. Chu Yi was speechless from this question. Yi Xiong saw the situation was bad. Such a glib tongue thief. Do you think you can deceive everyone by inverting black and white? You keep saying that you didn't steal the Chu family's technology, but what evidence do you have to prove yourself? You spent 10 years in the Chu family, you escaped from the Chu family for less than half a year, you were even reduced to a slave. How could you have this technology? Luo Yuanshan nodded his head. Brother Yi's words are reasonable. First capture this person, lock him up, interrogate him, and investigate the truth. Chu Tian was locked up. Would he still be alive? Chu Tian gave a faint smile. All right, I'll prove it to you. Everyone was stunned. Could this little brat really prove himself? How about this? The Ye family, Du family, Luo family, Chu family. Chu Tian named them one by one. His smile gradually disappeared, his tone became stern, suddenly becoming very strong, like a thunderbolt. To tell you the truth, you 4 families waste. This father has never placed you in his eyes. So go ahead, refining, alchemy, talismans, any field is fine. I'll give you 3 chances. If I can't win even one, you don't need to do anything, just commit suicide. These words came out. Everyone was shocked. What kind of boldness was this? A single person challenging 4 families. Even if it was a knowledgeable master, they wouldn't dare say this kind of crazy word. Zhong Liqing quickly stood up and said, "Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. This is an impossible matter. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. No matter how knowledgeable you are, it is impossible to cover everything." Zhong Liqing's attainments in talismans were profound. How could he say he was invulnerable? The strongest people here were those with the highest comprehensive attainments. Some were good at fire talismans, some were good at earth talismans, and in a large field, there were many small branches. Chu Tian disdainfully curled his lips. "Old Zhong, don't worry. This uncle will give them 3 chances to prove that I am an incompetent person. If they can't do it, then these fellows are a group of rice bucket." Why would I, Chu Tian, steal skills from a group of rice buckets? Although they already knew that Chu Tian was crazy, they never thought that he would be crazy to this degree. He was simply insane. One person challenging 4 families. This was something that was almost impossible to achieve. Yi Xiong gave Li Changyun a look. Li Changyun understood. "Arrogant little brat, you're asking for humiliation. This old man will help you." South Sky City's Alchemy Guild's president, challenging a wet behind the ears brat. This was too unfair. Not to mention South Sky City, even if Li Changyun went to Central State City, he would still be considered a character. Chu Tian gave a faint smile. "Fine." Everyone revealed a look of horror. "But I'm betting my life and reputation. You can't just take it for nothing, can you?" Chu Tian said this, then suddenly paused. "If you lose, you will step down from the position of Alchemy Guild's president and leave South Sky City." "Ignorant old man, do you dare to bet?" Li Changyun's face changed. This brat was eyeing the position of president. The position of president was not just a title. The Alchemy Guild president had the greatest advantage in alchemy in the city. Once Li Changyun stepped down, Xiong would most likely become the president of the Alchemy Guild, and Southern Cloud Commerce's alchemy business would instantly flourish. Adding Zhong Liqing's talisman support, Southern Cloud Commerce would be invincible. Yi Xiong's face was also gloomy. The Ye family being able to hold such a position in South Sky City was inseparable from Li Changyun's cooperation. If Li Changyun lost his position and left South Sky City, it was the same as cutting off one of the Ye family's arms. Chapter 55. A teenager in the body refinement realm dared to bet his life. An awakened soul cultivator, the president of the Alchemist Guild. He was a famous and influential figure. How could Li Changyun be afraid in front of everyone? He could only say with a gloomy face, "I accept your conditions. This immature brat can beat me. A guy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What a joke. Since you are not afraid of any challenges." Li Changyun's mind came up with a sinister plan. Then this old man will use the art of refining poison to exchange pointers. Poison? Was he going to make poison? Everyone's face slightly changed. Zhong Liqing's expression became serious. Li Changyun was very utilitarian. He especially liked to take advantage of others. He studied the heretical path of Pan's Gate. His skill in refining poison was famous in the entire central state. If he wanted to poison someone to death, no one would be able to escape. Chu Tian was not afraid at all. He laughed loudly. "Old man, you are not afraid of death. What do I have to be afraid of? You can decide the rules. I'll accompany you to the end." He readily agreed. "Seeking death. Don't blame me. Ha, ha, ha. Your ignorance and stupidity is rarely seen in this world." Li Changyun laughed sinisterly. "You and I will refine a poison, exchange for an antidote, then take the antidote with the poison. If there is no poison, then you win. If the poison is activated, then you lose." The audience felt their blood run cold. How was this a competition? This was simply playing with one's life. Both sides would refine a poison and give it to the other, then they would refine the antidote on the spot. The antidote and the poison would be consumed together, and the one with the poison would be defeated. Refining poison was easy, detoxifying it was difficult. How dangerous was this? If one was not careful, they would lose their life. This was not only a test of one's skill in refining, but also a test of courage and courage. The worries in Yi Xiong's heart immediately disappeared. Li Changyun's poison, no one could detoxify it. Anyone who was poisoned would die immediately. This brat was dead for sure. This way he could kill Chu Tian in this competition, to avoid a direct confrontation with Nangong Yi. No. This is not fair. Meng Qingwu's eyebrows knit together as she walked out. An awakened soul cultivator can refine level 2 medicine, while Chu Tian can only refine level 1 medicine in the body refinement realm. This kind of level suppression competition is simply unfair. Xiong Tianyang also expressed his position. This doesn't conform to the spirit of alchemist. They can't be compared. Li Changyun's words were sharp. Who can you blame for your arrogant words? There's no way out now. Either admit defeat and accept your death, or fight with this old man. Meng Qingwu said angrily, the one with the surname Li, you are also a famous person. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at for being so shameless? Li Changyun disdainfully said, against a shameless person, there is no need to talk so much about morality. Xiong Tianyang cursed, you old dog. Who was the shameless one? I think you're shameless to the end. Li Changyun was also angry. Xiong, you have no right to speak here. Old bear, young miss, I'll have to trouble you to go back. Chu Tian calmly smiled. I remember saying that some old thing isn't even qualified to carry my shoes. Even now, these words are still the same. If he wants to compete, then I'll compete. Why would I, Chu Tian, fear a fight? Arrogant. Arrogant. Even Chu Tian had said this. Meng Qingwu and Xiong Tianyang had no choice. Li Changyun was so angry that he almost suffered internal injuries, but he forcefully suppressed his anger. Like a dead duck, he would like to see how long he could be proud. Li Changyun coldly reported the list of materials: ghost-face spider, six-colored centipede, corpse scorpion, scarlet blood toad, two-headed viper, one of each. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed. 5 different poisons, any one of them could kill a 9th body refinement layer cultivator. 5 different poisons were mixed together to create a poison. Even an awakened soul cultivator would not be able to escape death if he took it. Nangong Yi's and Zhong Li Qing's expressions changed. This old man wanted to refine the 5 poison water. The 5 poison water, as the name suggested, was made from 5 different poisons. It was a mixture of different poisons, so the ingredients were very complex. Not to mention, after being refined by a source energy array, the ingredients were even more complex. Even the refiner himself would find it hard to detoxify this poison. Meng Yingying and Nangong Yun were originally confident. At this moment, he was still sweating for Chu Tian. Meng Qingwu tightly pursed her lips, her body trembling. If he didn't succeed, she didn't dare to imagine it. This young man who wasn't tall, at this moment bravely stood up, like a tenacious reef, resisting the torrential waves. Chu Tian also reported the list: blood demon essence fruit, 3-leaf flower, morning grass. The young man was calm, not impatient, like he was doing something unimportant. Meng Qingwu looked at his handsome face. That pair of calm eyes seemed to have a calming effect. The anxiety in Meng Qingwu's heart inexplicably disappeared. What Li Changyun asked for were all poisons. Chu Tian's ingredients seemed ordinary. The contrast between the two was so big, people were even more worried for Chu Tian. Yi Xiong whispered to Li Changyun, "Grandmaster, are you sure? This person doesn't play by the rules. Relax, this kid really has some skill. He wants to refine the blood demon essence medicine. This is indeed a level 1 poison, one of the most violent poisons." Li Changyun clearly understood Chu Tian's plan. He confidently smiled. If it was any other alchemist in Tiannan City, they would have a hard time dealing with this medicine, but for this old man, it doesn't pose a threat. The ingredients from both sides were quickly delivered to the scene. The two people immediately took out their tools to refine. Li Changyun prepared 6 refining bottles in a row. First, he refined each of the 5 poisons. Then, he combined the 5 poisons and poured them all into a single refining bottle for the final refinement. Nangong Yun was very puzzled. What kind of technique is this? I've never seen it before. Chu Tian is in trouble. Xiong Tianyang wrinkled his brows. This is a very high-level alchemy technique. What's going on? First, he separately refined the 5 poisons. After the alchemy arrays reaction, these poisons completely changed. Then, he fused them together to refine the medicine. The entire alchemy process goes through 2 alchemy arrays. The changes are impossible to calculate. This way, No one knows what his 5 poison water is made of. Nangong Yun's eyes widened. First he refined the 5 poisons, then he used the 5 poisons as ingredients to refine a new poison. He can actually do this, although Li Changyun's character was not good. No one dared to question his skill in alchemy. Chu Tian had a refining bottle and a set of alchemy arrays. He refined the medicine step by step without any changes. The entire process was like a normal alchemist refining a normal medicine. The medicine gradually turned bright red. From the color, it was indeed the blood fairy medicine. The blood fairy medicine was a type of poison. It would cause the blood in one's body to coagulate. Finally, one's heart would stop beating and they would die. Chu Tian being able to refine the blood fairy medicine showed that his skill in alchemy was not shallow. But this level of medicine, could it really be used to deal with someone like Li Changyun? Everyone sighed. This kid was dead for sure. He dared to accept the Alchemist Guild leader's challenge with this little ability. Both sides finished refining at the same time. Li Changyun exchanged for the poison. When he saw the bright red medicine inside the bottle, he revealed a disdainful sneer. Blood fairy medicine? You've already lost. Chu Tian held the 5 poison water. Within the dark green medicine, there were constantly bubbles. Chu Tian calmly said, "Is that so?" Li Changyun coldly laughed and said, "After drinking the 5 poison water, your entire body will fester and you will die within 10 breaths. Your corpse will be enveloped by the poison and your life will be extinguished." What a terrifying poison! Everyone retreated, creating a large space. Chu Tian disagreed. "So powerful? Then I really want to try it." He picked up the 5 poison water and shook it a few times. His eyebrows slightly wrinkled, then relaxed and a smile hung on his lips. "Now, let's start making the antidote. I want the fig fruit, light cleansing insect, 9-leaf ginseng." Li Changyun was very confident as he calmly reported the list of the standard antidote formula. This was specially made to neutralize the blood fairy medicine. Li Changyun was indeed experienced, immediately refining the antidote. The bad feeling in Nangongyi's heart became stronger and stronger. Especially when he saw that Chu Tian still did not move, he quickly asked, "What antidote ingredients do you need? I'll help you find them." "No need." Chu Tian's words shocked everyone. What Chu Tian did next made everyone's jaws drop. He drew a source energy refining array on the spot and placed the 5 poison water in the middle. After the source energy refining array was activated, it suddenly released a dazzling light and the dark green liquid inside the refining bottle began to boil. What was he doing? Everyone was confused. Li Changyun also could not understand. Chu Tian did not ask for any antidote ingredients, he just placed the 5 poison water in a new refining array and began refining again. Was this guy crazy? What was the point of doing this? Actually, this source energy array was called the purification array. It was actually a very common array in the future and its main effect was to purify harmful substances and dark attributed energy. Under the effects of the purification array, any poison would be dissolved and become harmless. The 5 poison water refined by Li Changyun was undoubtedly a level 2 poison, but it was made from 5 different level 1 ingredients. Therefore, the substance in the 5 poison water was still a level 1 substance. Chu Tian used the level 1 purification array to easily eliminate the poison within. After a few minutes, Li Changyun poured the antidote of the blood potion into the poison refined by Chu Tian and looked at Chu Tian with a taunting gaze. "Can we start now?" Chu Tian had already finished refining the poison. The poison inside the bottle had already turned light green and was no longer releasing any bubbles. "You drink first or I drink first?" Insignificant skill, what's there to be afraid of? "I'll let you see the difference between us." Li Changyun drank the red potion in one gulp and smashed the bottle. "The blood fairy potion is only SOSO. Chu Tian raised his head and drank the 5 poison water in one gulp. Hiss. He actually drank it all. Everyone quickly retreated in fear. Chu Tian was now like a bomb, he could die at any time and his corpse would release a deadly poison gas, enough to threaten the lives of the people around him. "Chu Tian, how do you feel?" Nangong Meng Qingwu, and Meng Yingying were extremely nervous. Li Changyun revealed a cruel smile. This kid really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think the 5 poison water is that easy to deal with? Moreover, without the help of any antidote, he hastily refined the unknown 5 poison water, which would only make the poison more complicated. Even if a deity descended, it would be difficult to save him. Nangong Yi, Zhong Li Qing, and Xiong Tianyang all stared at Chu Tian. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. 10 breaths had passed, not to mention death from the poison. Chu Tian's face was rosy and glowing, not a single thing happened to him. Li Changyun revealed a look of disbelief. How is this possible? This taste. Chu Tian licked his lips and smacked his lips. Not bad, it tastes like sour plum soup. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Such a deadly poison, in Chu Tian's mouth, turned into sour plum soup. Yay! Meng Yingying and Nangong Yun high-fived each other, excitedly cheering. Meng Qingwu's clenched fists gradually relaxed, her mouth hung a bitter smile. This fellow really makes people worry. How could you break my 5 poison water? Li Changyun's old face was gloomy. Impossible. This is impossible. Yi Xiong also knit his brows. Chu Tian really did have some skill. Luo Yuanshan stood up and said, both sides did not have any poison, so it's a draw. Chu Yi quickly said, this fellow promised himself that if he did not win, you would commit suicide. Now it's a draw, so you did not win, what else is there to say? That's right. Commit suicide. Someone in the crowd immediately responded. I think Chu Tian is better. Meng Qingwu's voice came, a 10-year-old youth, under the suppression of their levels, can fight Li Changyun to a draw. Isn't that enough to explain the problem? Meng Yingying quickly shouted, elder sister is right. Yi Xiong insisted, a draw is a draw. Du Zhentian, a draw is not a win. That's right. Don't try to quibble. Both sides began to argue endlessly. The spectators began to whisper in their hearts. This kind of competition was enough to explain the problem. Chu Tian didn't have an undeserved reputation. Yi Xiong's group wanted to put him in a dead end. What was their intention? Ha, ha, ha. A draw. Who said it was a draw? The one who said this was Chu Tian. Everyone was surprised. They all looked over. Chu Tian's eyes were strange. He said in a mocking tone, this master, you wouldn't really think that I refined a bottle of blood fey essence poison, right? If you really think that, you're too naive. Chapter 56. If this wasn't the blood elf medicine, then what was it? Deliberately mystifying. Li Changyun had a disdainful expression. Whether it is the ingredients or the color and smell of the medicine, they are all the characteristics of the blood elf medicine. How could this be fake? These ingredients are indeed for the blood elf medicine, but I made some slight changes to the ratio of the ingredients. If the ratio is changed, it will be completely different. What did you say? You were too careless, so you didn't notice that I added 5 times the amount of lamenting grass in the refining process. Li Changyun's expression changed. So what? The blood elf poison was a disguise, the lamenting poison was hidden. That was the true killing move. The lamenting poison is colorless and odorless, and it was covered by the blood elf medicine, so it was flawless. Lamenting poison? What was the lamenting poison? Li Changyun had never heard of it before. He forced himself to remain calm and said with a cold smile, stop bluffing, you were only refining 1 bottle of medicine from start to finish. That's because the 2 poisons were refined in the same formation. Including Xiong Tianyang, everyone present who knew how to refine medicine was shocked. 1 refining bottle, 1 refining formation, and 1 set of materials. How could 2 kinds of medicines be refined? If Li Changyun's second refining technique was considered a high-level refining technique, then Chu Tian's technique of refining 2 medicines at once was unheard of. Chu Tian continued, you used figs as the main ingredient to make the antidote, which is indeed the method to cure the blood elf poison. However, what you don't know is that the ingredients of the figs used as the antidote can cure the blood elf poison, but it can also increase the effects of the lamenting grass poison by 10 times. What? Li Changyun swayed a few times, his vision blurring, he could barely stand. The lamenting poison is acting up. Chu Tian's calm voice once again echoed in his ears, old man, you lost. Lost. Li Changyun lost. Li Changyun was really poisoned. Medicine refining techniques were miraculous, beyond the comprehension of normal people. The same ingredients, different ratios, the same refining bottle, the same refining formation. Chu Tian had refined 2 different poisons at the same time. One was exposed. One was hidden within. The most frightening thing about Chu Tian was that he had already predicted what kind of material Li Changyun would use to detoxify the poison. Through complex pharmacological effects, he could greatly increase the power of the hidden poison. No, no. This is impossible. Li Changyun lost his mind and roared. At this moment, his vision was blurry, and his mind was muddled. He was practically unable to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. It was even to the extent that the sounds in his ears were distorted and chaotic. It was as if a terrifying evil spirit was coiling around his body and emitting ear-piercing wails. Ignorant child! How could I lose to you? Li Changyun was hysterical as he faced the sky and let out a roar. A giant python origin spirit soared into the sky from his back. I want you dead. The giant python source spirit roared and released a terrifying spirit energy, but the moment the giant python was about to attack. Ah! Li Changyun let out a blood-curdling scream as he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight to the ground. The giant python's source spirit seemed to be corroded by some kind of power as its body began to break apart inch by inch, turning into ashes in an instant. His source spirit was heavily injured. What's going on? Chu Tian stood in the same place without moving because everything seemed to be under his control. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, the lamenting grass poison is a kind of spiritual poison, it is not a fatal poison. But without removing the poison, rashly using your source spirit will leave a scar on your spirit and your source spirit will also suffer permanent damage. Li Changyun fell to the ground, his face pale and dying. You, powerful, truly powerful. An awakened soul realm cultivator was played in the palm of Chu Tian's hand. Nangong Yi excitedly clenched his fist. Li Changyun has been defeated. According to the bet, he will be exiled forever. Immediately execute it. Li Changyun spat out another mouthful of blood. He completely fainted. Nangong Yi's eyes swept over them with excitement. Chu Tian was able to defeat Tiannan City's chief alchemist in one fell swoop in the field of alchemy. Who would still dare to call him a swindler? A swindler could defeat a person like Li Changyun? Wasn't this the biggest joke in the world? What are you standing there for? I am only a little thief who stole your skills. Please teach me a lesson. Chu Tian's voice was filled with ridicule and ridicule. Don't you still have 2 more chances? Don't be afraid, don't be a coward. Whatever methods you have, just use them. Chu Tian had used his own strength. He actually dared to provoke the great families. Nangong Yun giggled. Good. Chairman is so domineering. This old lady likes men like you. Quickly, quickly. Teach them all a lesson. The great demoness Nangong had no filter on her mouth, saying whatever she thought. Meng Qingwu and Meng Yingying couldn't help looking at her. The Ye family, Du family, Luo Yuanshan, and Chu Yi, all of their faces turned very ugly. Facing Chu Tian's unbridled ridicule and humiliation, and seeing the questioning gazes around them, they began to realize a serious problem. This time, not only did they fail to do anything to Chu Tian, they had instead shot themselves in the foot. Chu Tian loudly shouted, "What's wrong? It's only 1 round. Are you already scared out of your wits? Don't be arrogant. I'll fight you." Luo Yuanshan's face turned green with anger. I'll compete with you in talisman making. After competing in alchemy, competing in talisman making? Luo Yuanshan was quite famous in the main city. He was proficient in talisman making. He was not inferior to South Sky City's Zhong Liqing. Luo Yuanshan did not believe this. Chu Tian was so young, how could he know alchemy and talisman making? When Zhong Liqing and Nangong Yun heard this, they almost laughed on the spot. Competing in talisman making? This fellow was really out of luck. Chu Tian rubbed his chin. This is difficult. You're from the Central State main city. You don't have any assets in South Sky City. I'm using my life to play with you. What can you give me? You being able to win this round, it's nothing more than a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. It's hard to guarantee that you didn't already plan this. This time, you have no chance of winning. Chu Tian shook his head. That won't do. I won't do it without a stake. Luo Yuanshan gritted his teeth. He pulled out a golden crystal. This is a 500,000 gold coin card. It should be enough to pay for your cheap life. Not enough. Chu Tian's eyes turned. I want the Du family's model manufacturing factory. What? Du Zhentian was shocked. He did not think that Chu Tian would suddenly have ideas about him. My Du family's property. How can I let a thief covet it? The Du family was in the military business. Their factory was the most advanced in South Sky City. Although this era was backward, the simple 3D printing technology had already begun to take shape. For example, to build a scabbard, the materials were placed in a source energy array, then the source energy array was activated, the materials would automatically adjust to the shape, creating a simple model. This was the 3D printing technology. In the era that Chu Tian lived in, from small parts to large spaceships, almost everything could be directly made using 3D printing, but in this era, they could only make simple models. If Miracle Commerce had such a factory, then the production speed of electric lamps would increase by 100 times, making tens of thousands a day would not be a problem. Du Zhentian had a factory with 3D printing equipment. It was worth at least 1 million gold coins. It could make up for Miracle Commerce's shortcoming. Luo Yuanshan and Yi Xiong both knit their brows. This brat really dared to ask for anything. Yi Xiong said, "Does brother do not believe in Sir Luo's ability?" Luo Yuanshan also said, "Relax, he won't have any more chances." Du Zhentian was a little regretful. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have stepped into these muddy waters. The Du family did not have any deep grudges with Chu Tian. It was purely because Du Zhentian was afraid that if Chu Tian grew up, it would affect the Du family's business in the future. Now, not only would Chu Tian not be able to win, he would also have to form a hostile relationship with the mayor, Zhongli Qing, and Xiong Bing. All right, I'll bet. Du Zhentian had no other way, he could only grit his teeth and agree. Luo Yuanshan coldly looked at Chu Tian and said, "You also know, talisman techniques are a very important support in battle. A kingdom's talisman techniques is strong or not, it directly determines the strength of the kingdom's army. What I want to compete with you is the power of talisman techniques." With these words, Nangong Yun and Zhongli Qing's expressions became serious again. What a cunning Luo Yuanshan! The quality of a talisman was reflected in many aspects, such as its effect, creativity, practicality, difficulty of making it, consumption, difficulty of using it, etc. Luo Yuanshan threw it all aside. He only competed with Chu Tian in the power of talisman techniques. Was there any comparison? Luo Yuanshan was an awakened soul cultivator. He could refine and activate level 2 talismans. Chu Tian was a trivial body refinement cultivator. He could only use level 1 talismans. This was a difference of heaven and earth. Luo Yuanshan had a scheming look on his face. What? Are you afraid? Chu Tian said without hesitation, "Isn't it just comparing the power of talisman techniques? I'll compete with you." He really wanted to compare power. With such a large disparity in strength, Chu Tian did not have any chance of winning. After all, with such an overwhelming power, it was hard to make up for it with skills. Everyone was a little worried. All kinds of talisman materials were quickly sent to the scene. This talisman technique battle immediately began. Luo Yuanshan was indeed a famous talisman master in the central state main city. With a crystal pen in his hand, in one breath, he instantly completed a level 2 talisman array on top of the beast skin. A burning hot aura burst out, a strong power almost penetrated through the paper. Every symbol, every rune, was filled with a violent power. Zhongli Qing's face couldn't help changing. Level 2 explosive talisman. Nangong Yun also understood talisman techniques. Isn't this a level 2 talisman, one of the most destructive talismans? Zhongli Qing's expression became serious as he nodded. The explosive talisman is a famous talisman. Its power is enough to easily break an awakened soul cultivator's spirit energy, enough to pose a fatal threat to an awakened soul cultivator. Nangong Yun indignantly said, "Such a sinister fellow. This old thing had the advantage of cultivation." Comparing the power of a level 2 talisman technique with a level 1 talisman technique, it would not be glorious if it was spread out. Luo Yuanshan not only used a level 2 talisman technique, he even used the most powerful level 2 talisman technique. How could they compete? The gap between realms could not be crossed. This was just like a body refinement cultivator fighting an awakened soul cultivator. Talismans were divided based on the energy it consumed and released. In other words, the strongest level 1 talisman, in terms of total energy, could not compare to the weakest level 2 talisman. This was the gap. A gap that was hard to make up for. Chu Tian could certainly distinguish the type of talisman Luo Yuanshan used. The explosive talisman was indeed a classic talisman. Even after tens of thousands of years, after countless improvements, this talisman still existed. It had not been eliminated by the continent. Its specialty was its destructive power. If the difference in strength between the two sides was not much, Chu Tian could easily win, but in his current state, if he wanted to win, it would not be an easy matter. Of course, it was not like there was no way. Several ideas flashed through Chu Tian's mind, such as using the dust explosion talisman. This was a dual attribute talisman. It could instantly produce a large amount of dust and ignite a flame, causing a dust explosion effect. The destructive power was very shocking. Or he could use the laser talisman. This was a high-density compressed energy. The area of destruction was small, the penetrating power was very strong, the killing power was very strong. The dust explosion talisman was also good. The laser talisman was also good. These were all classic talismans from the future. If any of them were used, it would certainly cause a big stir, but it was not shocking enough. Chu Tian needed something that could shock the audience, with an overwhelming advantage. He needed to win, he needed to convince everyone, even making their eyes pop out of their sockets. Only then would he be able to completely convince everyone. A level 1 talisman array, could it really achieve this kind of effect? Chu Tian looked up at the sky, a thought appeared in his mind. Good, I've decided, I'll use it. Both sides prepared their talismans. Nangongyi said, "This place is not suitable for testing, please move to an open space in the square." Chapter 57. Dark clouds hung low, the sky was gloomy, the wind was raging, the atmosphere was filled with killing intent. South Sky Square people were moving, it was a sea of people. Countless citizens had come to ask, they wanted to personally witness this legendary battle. One was a 17-year-old youth. One was a mysterious youth. One was an awakened soul realm expert. The other was a high-ranking elder. Two people from completely different worlds, in front of everyone's eyes, they were going to have an unbelievable battle. Both sides were already prepared. What would be the result? This mysterious youth, would he be able to resist Luo Yuanshan's suppression, and once again make a miraculous comeback? The central plaza had a diameter of around 200 meters. All of the onlookers were blocked outside, leaving only Chu Tianhe and Luo Yuanshan. They were separated by 100 meters, staring at each other from a distance. They were already prepared. Luo Yuanshan asked in a clear voice, "Do you want to go first, or should I? I don't have any problems, other than being righteous, brave and fearless, loving of peace, respecting the old and loving the young. I can't change that." Chu Tian shrugged his shoulders. "So, you are my senior, so please go first." Luo Yuanshan was not polite. He calmly took out the talisman, holding it between his two fingers. He closed his eyes. His body was surrounded by a strong wind. A red spirit energy fluctuation suddenly spread in all directions. Who? A red lion image suddenly appeared behind Luo Yuanshan, the raging flame lion source spirit. Luo Yuanshan's source spirit was inclined towards the fire attribute. This meant that when he used a fire attribute talisman technique, it would have a certain degree of power increase. The talisman was like a sponge, crazily absorbing the surrounding spirit energy. The lines on it gradually lit up with a red glow. The energy fluctuations became stronger and stronger, finally reaching a critical point. Kai. A burning hot aura surged out. The entire talisman spontaneously combusted. Exploding flame curse. Luo Yuanshan wildly roared, "Go!" The self-combusting talisman released a dazzling flame. A dense fireball appeared in his hand. It quickly rotated, it quickly expanded, from the size of a fist to the size of a washbasin. It finally expanded to the size of a water tank. The high-speed rotation stirred the surrounding air. Even the people standing far away. At this moment, he could also feel the scorching heat. Luo Yuanshan's 10 fingers continued to release spirit energy, forming two source energy arrays, stabilizing the incomparably large fireball. slowly raising it above his head. At this moment, the fireball's power was at its strongest. It was as if a small sun was being raised and it was emitting a blinding light. Everyone's expression changed. An awakened soul realm symbol master's strength was terrifying. Do you see that? You overestimate yourself. Luo Yuanshan wildly laughed. This is the strength of an awakened soul realm cultivator. What do you have to compete with me? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Luo Yuanshan's mind. Due to the fact that Chu Tian had defeated Li Changyun, Nangongyi already had a reason to protect him. Even if his talisman techniques were more powerful than Chu Tian's, he still might not be able to eliminate him. Why not beat him at his own game and kill him when he least expected it? This person must die, even if he had to resort to any means. Do you think you're qualified to challenge me? Luo Yuanshan fiercely threw the fireball at Chu Tian. You don't need to embarrass yourself, go die now. This scene stunned everyone. This was clearly a competition of talisman techniques. Luo Yuanshan disregarded the competition rules and used talisman techniques to attack Chu Tian, a body refinement realm cultivator. How could he block an awakened soul realm symbol technique attack? Luo Yuanshan was deliberately trying to kill Chu Tian. This was simply murder. Moreover, it was an incomparably despicable sneak attack to kill someone. A dignified awakened soul realm cultivator, sneak attacking a body refinement cultivator. This is bad. Nangongyi and Zhongli Qing turned pale with fright. Nangongyi's source spirit was the volcano source spirit. Its destructive power was incomparably shocking. It could threaten people several levels higher than him, but the volcano source spirit's power gathering speed was slow. It could not deal with this kind of sudden attack. Zhongli Qing released his blue spirit energy, turning into a majestic eagle. With an extremely fast speed, he soared into the sky, swooping down towards the fireball, forcibly crushing it. Hong! The moment the fireball was crushed, it exploded. A terrifying flame shockwave mightily submerged everything. Chu Tian faced the surging flames, his two sword-like eyebrows suddenly twisted together. He suddenly clenched his fists, his body emitted a faint glow, both palms heavily pushed forward. In the next second, the flame shockwave completely submerged him. No! Meng Yingying cried out in fear. Chu Tian. Meng Qingwu's face was pale, her beautiful eyes were like two round balls. Nangongyun angrily stamped her foot, a phoenix cry filled the 9 heavens, she soared into the sky, a pair of phoenix wings appeared on her back, with a sudden flap, she was like a meteor, brazenly attacking. Despicable old dog. I will definitely kill you. Nangongyun's fists were like a violent storm, each fist contained an ancient and tyrannical strength, it was like an incomparably strong fire meteor. Luo Yuanshan's face changed, the raging flame lion roared, suddenly punching forward. Hong! The two of them both retreated a few steps. Luo Yuanshan revealed a shocked expression, blocking Nangongyun's punches. He felt his blood boil, a trivial peak 9th body refinement layer, actually able to fight against an awakened soul cultivator. This was not just a normal level, but an entire realm. This was the power of a god-level source spirit. It really was very terrifying. Nangongyun was not an awakened soul cultivator, but she could fight against an awakened soul cultivator. Nangongyi knit his brows. Stop. Nangongyi knew his daughter's strength. Her direct destructive power was not inferior to a first awakened soul layer, it even slightly surpassed it. However, she was still in the body refinement realm, her spirit energy could not compare to an awakened soul cultivator. A short burst was fine, but if she could not kill the opponent, then after a long time, her spirit energy supply would weaken and she would be at a disadvantage. Nangongyun's phoenix eyes widened. You also saw it. This bastard sneak attacked Chu Tian. Luo Yuanshan coldly said, he was going to lose anyway. I'm just sending him to his death ahead of time. You're going to die. I'll send you on your way. Nangongyi shouted. Chu Tian is fine. Lightning flashed in the sky, thunder shook the earth, only to see the pattering of rain falling down. At the center of the terrifying fireball explosion, there was an incomparably large pit. The surroundings were filled with scattered flames. Ku. Chu Tian climbed out of the pit with his face covered in soot. His clothes were burnt black and his handsome face had also turned black. Only his eyes were still black and white, bright like the morning stars. He laughed. On his black face, he revealed his snow-white teeth. I didn't see it before. It turns out you care about me this much. It can't be. You didn't die. Your life force is too damn strong. Nan Gongyun let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest to calm herself down. You scared me to death. It doesn't matter if you die, but if you die like this, who am I going to ask for my salary from now on? Fuck, she really thought too highly of herself. Luo Yuanshan's sudden sneak attack, it was indeed very dangerous, but at the crucial moment, Zhong Liqing tore the fireball apart, causing it to explode ahead of time. Chu Tian had practiced the Starlight Immortal Body. His defense had been greatly increased, so he was able to block the strong shockwave. Although he was injured, it was not life-threatening. Nan Gongyi's voice became ice-cold. Elder Luo is a member of the Supervisor's Palace. This kind of behavior is despicable. From what I see, there is no need for this competition to continue. The onlookers all nodded. One by one, they began to discuss. That's right, Luo Yuanshan really was a despicable person. Since these fellows were all despicable people, what was the point of competing? Chu Tian was innocent. No one would believe those slanderous words. Sir Mayor, this won't do. Chu Tian suddenly interrupted. This old dog has caused me so much trouble. If I don't get back at him, it's not my style. Nan Gongyi finally found a way to step down, but this brat did not appreciate it. He simply could not understand. You still want to compete? Is there something wrong with your brain? Wasn't this nonsense? Compete? Of course they would compete. 500,000 in cash, a factory worth $1 million. If these cooked ducks flew away, would you have to pay me back? Chu Tian stared at Luo Yuanshan. You used a talisman technique to attack me once. I'll use a talisman technique to attack you once. You won't object, right? Luo Yuanshan gave a disdainful smile. With just you? What a joke. I want to see what methods you have to hurt me. Then open your eyes wide and watch. Chu Tian held a talisman. His hands glowed with spirit energy. Most of his spirit energy was poured into the talisman. Z. The talisman was gradually activated. Arcs of electricity were released. Everyone looked at each other in amazement. Could it be a thunder-attributed talisman? Chu Tian suddenly waved his hand. The talisman was released in the air. It released a purple-red lightning. With an unbelievable speed, it suddenly struck at Luo Yuanshan. Was it really a thunder-attributed talisman? This kind of rare attribute talisman, there were not many people in Central State that could make it. No one thought that Chu Tian would take out this kind of talisman. Hong. The lightning struck Luo Yuanshan. Ha, 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 ha. Luo Yuanshan's entire body flashed with lightning. No matter how the lightning spread, it could not penetrate his protective spirit energy. A rare attribute talisman, how strong of an attack would it be? This kind of power is not even comparable to an ordinary level 1 talisman. Using such a low-level talisman technique, you want to defeat me? Chu Tian stood in place without moving. He began to count down. 10, 9, 8. Luo Yuanshan was bewildered. He was surprised to find that the surrounding arcs of electricity did not disperse. The arcs were interweaving, faintly forming a profound rune. What was going on? Although the power was not strong, this phenomenon was really strange. 3, 2, 1. Chu Tian's countdown was complete. What is that? Look at the sky. The crowd burst into exclamations. Luo Yuanshan looked up. A bald old face was reflected in the light, blue and white. He did not know when, but between the clouds above Luo Yuanshan's head, a large amount of lightning had gathered. Natural thunder and lightning. The power of heavenly thunder. Its power was unfathomable. Luo Yuanshan felt a terrifying power lock onto him. A feeling of fear from the depths of his soul instantly enveloped Luo Yuanshan's body. No. Luo Yuanshan reacted. Want to escape? It was too late. A bolt of lightning finished brewing. It fell from the sky, piercing through heaven and earth, directly bombarding the square, very accurately striking Luo Yuanshan's body. That protective spirit energy was like paper, almost unable to withstand a single blow. Boom, boom, boom. The heavenly thunder split the earth. Luo Yuanshan's body was split into pieces on the spot. Nan Gongyi revealed a look of horror. Luo Yuanshan was killed by a bolt of lightning. He was actually killed by lightning. Chu Tian looked at the ground full of charred corpses, coldly saying, "Lightning guiding talisman is a level 1 talisman. By itself it is not strong, but it can attract a bolt of heavenly thunder. I had no intention of killing you, you only have yourself to blame." Yi Xiong and Du Zhentian were almost paralyzed with fear. Chu Tian could actually summon heavenly thunder. How was this possible? What kind of power was heavenly thunder? Even a peak awakened soul cultivator would not be able to freely control it, but Chu Tian had done it. He had summoned heavenly thunder, directly killing Luo Yuanshan. Chu Tian's eyes swept across the crowd. "If anyone dares to provoke me, I will bury several dozen lightning guiding talismans in their homes, letting them have a taste of heavenly thunder. This idiots today will be your group of idiots tomorrow." Overbearing, crazy, unscrupulous threats. Everyone felt their hairs stand on end. Not to mention several dozen bolts of heavenly thunder. Even one bolt was not enough for them to endure. Actually, Chu Tian was just scaring them. The level 1 lightning guiding talisman was amazing, but it still had many limitations. It could only be used in a thunderstorm, and it could only attract one bolt of lightning. The location of the lightning was fixed. Actually, if Luo Yuanshan reacted a bit faster, he would have left the area of the lightning guiding talisman, then he would not have been struck to death. How could these people think so much? Now they were all scared silly. Chapter 58. If it was said that Chu Tian defeating Li Changyun only gave people a deep shock, that level 1 talisman killing an awakened soul realm cultivator was enough to make people's hair stand on end. Was he still human? He was simply a terrifying monster. A trivial body refinement realm cultivator, a trivial level 1 talisman, could actually control the thunder and create such a shocking effect. Under the shroud of heaven's might, everyone present felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. Even Nangong Yi, who had the highest cultivation base, could not help but slightly tremble. From the depths of his soul, he felt a chill. If he was the target of the heavenly thunder, it would be hard for him to escape death on the spot. Luo Yuanshan was dead. A central state law enforcement elder had died just like that. The moment before the god of death arrived, Luo Yuanshan must have been filled with regret. For an ordinary family junior, for a little bit of benefit, he had given up his life. Yi Xiong's expression was very complicated. He was both frightened and angry. Although he had made the highest estimate, although he was afraid of Chu Tian, he did not hesitate to unite the 4 families and use their greatest strength and resources to deal with him. In the end, he never would have thought. He had underestimated Chu Tian too much. Du Zhentian's face was even paler, his face filled with despair, his eyes filled with defeat. He had already realized, he had done a very stupid thing. His family's million gold coin factory, he had actually lost it. Chu Tian impatiently said, "Shouldn't the mayor say a few words?" Nangong Yi seemed to wake up from a dream. He helplessly gave a bitter smile. "There is no need to talk about the result. In terms of the might of the talisman technique, Chu Tian won without a doubt." Hong. The crowd was boiling with excitement. Everyone finally recovered from their shock and fear. I wasn't just dreaming, right? Why would the heavenly thunder strike the square? That's right, that central state awakened soul expert was actually killed by it. He deserved it. This is called retribution. Who told him to come to South Sky City and slander South Sky City's geniuses? That's right. Chu Tian really is a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. This time our South Sky City will be famous. The way Chu Tian defeated Li Changyun was too technical, and most people couldn't understand it. This time's talisman technique competition was a direct result. Even an idiot could tell that the might of Chu Tian's lightning summoning talisman was 10 times stronger than Li Changyun's explosive talisman. It was clear at a glance. Was there a comparison? Those idiots who accused Chu Tian of stealing the technique were truly blind. In the entire kingdom, who else could display the might of a level 1 talisman to such an extent? Only Chu Tian. Although such a super genius was not well known at the moment, sooner or later, he would enter the main city, or even the royal city, and become a top figure in this kingdom. Would he steal the technology? This was pure shameless slander. Those who had been jealous of Chu Tian had a complete change of heart at this moment. Their jealousy had completely disappeared, leaving only deep admiration and admiration. Because a beggar would only be jealous of a beggar who was richer than them, they would never be jealous of a billionaire. The two were not even in the same world. Meng Yingying and Meng Qingwu's mood was also very complicated. The two of them were secretly disappointed. It wasn't that Chu Tian wasn't strong, it was that he was too strong, too outstanding. Zhong Li Qing's old face was flushed red with excitement, his devout eyes were like a pilgrim seeing a god. What kind of godly technique is this? If this old man could learn even 1% of Chu Tian's talisman techniques, I would have no regrets in this life. Chu Tian took 2 deep breaths. 2 chances are over, there is still 1 more chance. Whether it is a raise, refining, or something else, no matter what it is, as long as you can beat me, my promise is still valid. Yi Xiong's face was gloomy and scary, he really couldn't think of a way to deal with Chu Tian. Chu Yi's face was filled with horror. How could Chu Tian change so much? Other than the appearance, it was like he was a completely different person. Could it be that he was a monster wearing Chu Tian's skin? This person was too terrifying. If he was alive, once he returned to the Chu family, he would be placed in an important position. At that time, Chu Yi would be in big trouble, even his family would be implicated. Chu Tian had to die. This person could not be allowed to return to Central State alive. Although Chu Tian's achievements in various fields were amazing, his cultivation was still too weak. He was first injured by Luo Yuanshan's explosive flame talisman, then he used up half of his spirit energy on the lightning guiding talisman. He was currently very weak. 3rd round. Let me go. I want to compete with you. The one speaking was Chu Yi. Li Changyun representing the Ye family, defeated. Luo Yuanshan representing the Luo family, defeated. 2 awakened soul master level characters were defeated. How could Chu Yi dare to challenge Chu Tian? Who would have thought that Chu Yi's right hand would pull out a 3-foot-long sword from his waist, holding it in his hand, the blue sword tip, pointed it at Chu Tian, angrily roaring, "If you are a man, then accept my challenge." This kind of words can even come out of your mouth. Nan Gongyun said with a disgusted face, "I have never seen such a shameless person before." Meng Qingwu also walked out. "It was you who kept saying that Chu Tian's technique was stolen. Chu Tian also gave you 3 chances to prove yourself. First you lost in alchemy, then you lost in talismans, now you want to compete in martial arts? Let me ask, what does martial arts have to do with the source energy pot technique? Doing this, don't you think it's too much?" Meng Yingying fiercely rebuked, "Bastard! Aren't you just bullying Chu Tian's cultivation base not as high as yours? Moreover, Chu Tian's spirit energy is very strong and he is already injured. This is a sneak attack. What kind of challenge is this?" "That's right. I never thought that the dignified Chu family's child would be this shameless." The surrounding crowd began to denounce him. The public opinion completely changed sides. Chu Yi's despicable way of doing things made people feel disdain. "You clearly used the excuse of Chu Tian's betrayal to steal the clan's secret. Now, the crime of betrayal was not established, he could not compete with the other side, so he used the most direct method to suppress him? Wasn't this a joke?" This competition had already reached this point, there was no longer any meaning to it. Yi Xiong walked out and said, "Chu Tian promised to accept any kind of challenge. Alchemy and talismans are one field, could it be that martial arts and martial arts are not another field? The Chu family's young master wants to ask Chu Tian for advice on martial arts. It is fair and square, why can't it be done?" It was impossible to completely ruin Chu Tian's reputation. This matter had already developed beyond his control. Death. As long as he died, nothing else was important. If this kind of rare talent grew up, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Xiong wanted to personally make a move, but his identity was unreasonable. If he personally made a move, Nan Gongyi would not sit idly by. The only person who had a chance to kill Chu Tian was Chu Yi. Although Chu Yi was not the most outstanding talent of the Central State Chu family, he could still be ranked in the top 10. He had already awakened a trace of his source spirit, not to mention the fact that he cultivated the Soul Sword secret art. This Soul Sword secret art was said to be a remnant of an ancient cultivation technique. It was a great treasure of Central State City. It was the foundation of the Chu family. Chu Yi's Soul Sword secret art had already reached the small success realm, so his battle strength was not small. Chu Yi continued to provoke him with his sword. What, now that things have reached this point, are you afraid? Chu Tian gave a disdainful sneer. You and I are from the same generation. If you dare challenge me, why would I be afraid? Bring it on. Let me see the martial arts of the Chu family. Just what is so special about it? He really accepted the challenge. As you wish. Chu Yi gave a fiendish smile. His body released a strong killing intent. He suddenly pointed his sword at the sky. He looked up and roared, "Sword!" At this moment, Chu Yi suddenly released an incomparably sharp strength. This strength was sharper than a blade, stronger than a wave. The white spirit energy soared into the sky. It actually formed the shape of a blue treasure sword. Sword Source Spirit. The Chu family was a famous sword cultivating family. Most of the family members had a sword source spirit. The sword source spirit was very strong, especially when combined with the Chu family's soul sword secret art. It was enough to sweep away cultivators of the same level. Of course, although it was a sword source spirit, everyone was different. Chu Yi had not truly entered the awakened soul realm. His source spirit had not completely awakened. He could only vaguely see a blue sword shadow. Blue represented wind. It was a wind-attributed source spirit. Wind's specialty was its sharpness and speed. Soul sword secret art, whirlwind slash. Chu Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. The sword source spirit fused with the sword in his hand. It suddenly released countless blue sword chi. It turned into a whirlwind of sword chi that wrapped around the sword blade. So strong. This is the Chu family's sword art. Once Chu Yi made this move, everyone looked at each other in amazement. His source spirit fused with the sword, turning the sword chi into a whirlwind. It could attack the enemy, it could defend itself, it was invulnerable. The Chu family's swordsmen, their reputation was well deserved. Could Chu Tian block this kind of attack? A few days ago, at the summit, Chu Tian only had the strength of the 6th body refinement layer. Although he had displayed a strong battle strength, in front of an expert like Chu Yi, he could not even withstand a single blow. Chu Tian slightly narrowed his eyes. Without any movement, he released his spirit energy, quietly covering his body. Everyone was surprised to find that Chu Tian's body was gradually glowing. It did not have the warmth of the sun, nor the coldness of the moonlight. It was like a starry sky, warm and dense, deep and mysterious. Not long after it covered his entire body. It was like a thin layer of protective film. It was like a layer of starlight was woven into his clothes. It's the starlight immortal body. Meng Qingwu, Nangong Yun, and the others all recognized it. Could it be, Chu Tian wanted to use the starlight immortal body to resist the Chu family's sword art? He had only practiced the starlight immortal body for a few days. He hadn't even reached the small success realm. Chu Yi's soul sword secret art had been bitterly cultivated for many years. Combined with his peak 9th body refinement layer cultivation, as well as his family's inherited sword source spirit, it could break through any defensive cultivation technique. Could he block it? Remember, the essence of the starlight immortal body is nurturing, not fighting. Chu Tian was covered in starlight. He was like a god, endless, endless. Starlight is inexhaustible, no matter how strong the opponent's attack is. Move as you wish, move as you wish. No matter how sudden the attack is, you will instantly form the strongest defense. He was actually lecturing. He did not place Chu Yi in his eyes at all. While Chu Tian was speaking, the wound from Luo Yuanshan's sneak attack was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The starlight immortal body was healing his wound. Chu Yi's anger was suppressed to the extreme. You want to humiliate me? Die. The arc-shaped sword chi was like a cyclone. The dust on the ground was instantly lifted up by an invisible force. In the end, it transformed into an incomparably huge arc-shaped sword chi. With the power of a whirlwind, it suddenly chopped toward Chu Tian. The might of this sword. An awakened soul cultivator's protective spirit energy was hard to block. Not to mention, Chu Tian was a body refinement cultivator. Facing this strong attack, Chu Tian did not dodge or retreat. Both his arms suddenly pushed forward. He actually used his bare hands to grab the incomparably sharp sword chi. Sigh, sigh. Everyone was scared silly. Using his bare hands to grab the sword chi? Wasn't this seeking death? The moment Chu Tian's hands grabbed the sword chi, the starlight in his body began to gather in his hands. His palms became crystal clear. It was like they were covered in a layer of light. The blue starlight was like dye. It instantly dyed the white sword chi, turning the entire sword chi blue and white. Pa. Just like breaking a piece of glass, the entire sword chi shattered in an instant, turning into millions of specks of starlight, drifting away with the wind in the air. Don't move, just use your intent. The intent moves the body to defend, the mind defend. Chu Tian's body was still covered in light. He calmly explained, the main point of the starlight defense is to break down, not to forcefully resist, it is to turn external forces invisible. Meng Qingwu, Meng Yingying, Nangong Yun, and the others all began to ponder. This was the might of the starlight immortal body. Chapter 59. Even if it was an awakened soul realm cultivator, it was still a flesh and blood body, not to mention a body refinement realm cultivator. Chu Yi's sword was not a normal sword, it was supported by the sword source spirit's power. The sword chi that came out was like a gale, fast as lightning, it could even cut through gold and iron. Could it be that Chu Tian's body was even harder than steel? Nangong Yi could see that Chu Tian cultivated a top-notch defensive cultivation technique. The spirit energy in his body did not need to be controlled. As long as it was activated, the spirit energy could be freely transformed, turning into a protective starlight at any time, counteracting external damage. With this shocking cultivation technique, he did not need to move his body, he only needed to move his mind. The mind could move his body, it was invulnerable. Before his spirit energy was completely exhausted, the starlight would always be there, so he could look down on people of the same level. It was a top-grade cultivation technique that could defend against sneak attacks. It was a top-grade cultivation technique. Chu Yi's eyes turned red. As expected, this cultivation technique is not inferior to a complete ancient cultivation technique. You had a fortuitous encounter and obtained an ancient inheritance. These words were not right. It was not an ancient inheritance, it was an inheritance from the future. I admit that I underestimated you. With this cultivation technique, you indeed have the qualifications to fight me. Chu Yi's breathing gradually became heavy, his eyes filled with jealousy. But, you are not my opponent. I only used 30 to 40% of my strength. If I used my full strength, you would have died without a doubt. Such a strong sword. Only 30 to 40% of his strength. Chu Yi had been taught by several awakened soul cultivators since he was young, using the best materials to build his foundation, practicing the most authentic cultivation technique, using the best resources to increase his strength. A person trained like this, how could he be weak? Chu Tian grinned, hearing you say this makes me feel relief. Actually, I only used 10% of my defensive strength. Stubborn duck. Don't be stubborn. Chu Yi's face was filled with greed. Hand over everything and cripple your own cultivation. I won't kill you. Chu Tian used cheap words to provoke him. That's too embarrassing. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't hold it in. What if you get sick from holding it in? Come, I beg you to kill me. You asked for it. Chu Yi's eyes turned red again. He was so angry that he was about to explode. He roared towards the sky, sword. An indistinct shadow of a giant cyan sword appeared behind him, and a vast and powerful aura came head-on, causing Chu Tian to feel a lot of pressure. Indeed, this person had some ability. This was the difference between a big city and a small city, or the difference between having an advantage in resources and not having an advantage in resources. Compared to cultivators from small cities, large cities had the advantage of resources and connections. Thus, the quality of the cultivators they cultivated was usually higher than that of small cities. Chu Yi could not compare to Nangong Yun. Probably not much different from Xiong Tianyang. Although Chu Yi did not use his full strength, the spirit energy Chu Tian displayed was already at the 9th body refinement layer. That strange and tyrannical defensive cultivation technique could even block the Chu family's sword art. It would be best if he could obtain the ancient inheritance, but he also had to prepare for the worst. At the very least, he had to kill Chu Tian, lest he left behind a great disaster. Chu Yi had a strong intuition. If he couldn't kill him this time, then he wouldn't have another chance. Soul Sword Secret Art. His sword source spirit suddenly lit up. Chu Yi continuously sent out dozens of sword chi. With an unbelievable speed, he released a small sword chi storm style. Fast. Too fast. Chu Tian opened his hyperfocus state and instantly dodging most of the sword chi, but there were still 3 or 4 that landed on his body. Starlight body protection. Each sword chi that landed on him immediately shattered into countless starlights. So close. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. If Chu Tian did not cultivate the starlight immortal body, even if these sword chi did not kill him, it would still be enough to heavily injure him. The starlight immortal body could offset the attack, but it also consumed a large amount of spirit energy. Chu Tian was not in his peak state from the start, not to mention that he was at the peak 8th body refinement layer. His spirit energy could not compare to the peak 9th body refinement layer Chu Yi. Ha, ha, ha. You're only SOSO. I still haven't used my finishing move. It's too easy for me to kill you. It's as easy as turning my hand. Chu Yi wildly laughed while fiercely attacking. Chu Tian was clearly at a disadvantage. Have a taste of this move of mine. Soul Sword Secret Art. Whirlwind scattered clouds. The sword source spirit released a strong cyan glow. The entire source spirit began to disintegrate. Countless cyan sword glows were released from the disintegration process, forming a tornado around Chu Yi. Kill. Chu Yi stood in the center of the tornado, brazenly slamming into Chu Tian. The high-speed revolving sword chi was like a meat grinder, crazily tearing apart the starlight on Chu Tian's body. The starlight quickly dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Tian's starlight protection had already been weakened to the extreme. Your defense really does have some skill. The Soul Sword Secret Art is the strongest attack cultivation technique in Central State. Against me, you have no chance of winning. I'll give you one last chance. Surrender or die. Why did this grandson speak so much nonsense? Have you said enough yet? Chu Tian was already very impatient. He suddenly stopped dodging. Like a javelin, he stood straight on the ground. This little bit of strength. You have the nerve to say you want to kill me? Do you really think you're an expert? Are you proud of the Chu family's cultivation technique? Do you think the Chu family's cultivation technique is the strongest attack cultivation technique in Central State? Actually, in my eyes, you're not even worth a fart. Your Chu family's sword art can't even compare to a monkey's stick. You think I can't kill you? Chu Yi was filled with anger. If it wasn't for his cultivation technique, Chu Yi would have already killed him. Now that he had been provoked again and again, his patience had finally reached its limit. Chu Yi held his sword with both hands. The blade was covered in a layer of dark red energy. It was like a wave of fire. To kill you, a single slash is enough. Such a strong sword chi. Such a terrifying aura. As if it could cut through all living things. Chu Tian ignored the strong sword chi. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. Each word was like a gold nugget falling to the ground. He gave a sonorous laugh and said, "Ha, ha, ha, ha. This is your so-called unique skill. Good. I'll give you a chance. Father will stand here. I'll let you slash me." Everyone present was scared out of their wits. Stand here and let him slash you? What kind of arrogance was this? As Chu Tian spoke, the starlight suddenly rose, once again enveloping his body. At this moment, Chu Yi had already charged forward with his sword. A great pressure enveloped Chu Tian's body. This move again. Chu Yi sneered in his heart. After a series of tests, Chu Yi had grasped the strength of the starlight body protection. A swordsman, with sincerity, this was the profound meaning of the Soul Sword Secret Art. Chu Yi had absolute confidence. He could definitely split it in one slash. Then with the influence of his faith, the might of this slash would increase several times. Over the years, the number of geniuses he had fought with was not small. Who could block this slash while being at the same level and still be able to retreat? What kind of thing did Chu Tian count for? Just a trivial 8th body refinement layer. Die. Die. Chu Yi released all his strength. The moment that the red sword glow was about to reach him, Chu Tian's starlight suddenly condensed. It was like a layer of crystal clear glass, very evenly covering the surface of his body. Chu Tian roared, "Scram!" The sword chi surged out. The ground began to crack. A crisp sound rang out. The treasure sword cracked. Chu Yi was sent flying 10 meters away by the terrifying impact. The sword broke. The sword's momentum was shocking, but it did not take Chu Tian's life, rather it broke the sword. Meng Qingwu, Meng Yingying, Nan Gongyun, Xiong Tianyang, and Zhong Liqing, they all revealed excited expressions. This was the might of the starlight immortal body. What kind of abnormal defense was this? Although they already knew that the cultivation technique that Chu Tian taught them was not weak, they never would have thought that it would be this strong. Chu Tian let out a long sigh. The Chu family's sword art is only SOSO. The layer of crystal-like starlight that had solidified on the surface of his body gradually dissipated. Speaking of this, he really had to thank Chu Yi. If it wasn't for his help, Chu Tian would not have been able to grasp the glass immortal body so quickly. The current Chu Tian, although he had not reached the small success stage, he was not far from it. The remnant sword Qi aura in the surroundings had all dissipated. Chu Tian, who was enveloped in starlight, looked like a powerful god. It made Chu Yi feel despair. Lost. He lost again. Chu Yi was at the peak 9th body refinement layer, adding the strength of the Chu family's soul sword secret art. He still could not beat an injured Chu Tian. Chu Yi's full strength slash had landed on Chu Tian's body, but it had been broken by Chu Tian's sword. The disparity in strength between the two sides was too large. It was almost unimaginable. Chu Tian crossed his hands behind his back and coldly said, "The 3 chances have passed, what else do you have to say?" Chu Yi flew into a rage out of shame. "Go die." Chu Yi suddenly jumped up, throwing 4 to 5 talismans. Each talisman turned into a wind blade, fireball, poison mist. All of them flew towards Chu Tian's body. Chu Yi took this chance to pull out a dagger. This dagger was dark green. It was clearly a weapon that had been tempered in poison. It was like a sinister snake, fiercely stabbing towards Chu Tian's chest. Countless sword qi, all gathered together, condensing into the long sword. A sword qi pierced out. Like a white rainbow piercing through the sun, Chu Tian felt a strong sense of crisis. This sword had a strong killing power. The short duration of the glass immortal body's defense had consumed all of Chu Tian's spirit energy. Chu Tian already had no way to form that kind of defense. If this attack succeeded, Chu Tian would be in danger. Everyone began to curse. Chu Yi's method was despicable. He could not fight Chu Tian head-on, so he had to use this kind of despicable method. Too slow. Chu Tian opened his mind's eye, understanding the distribution of spirit energy in Chu Yi's body. His 2 claws were like iron pincers, grabbing onto Chu Yi's arm, pressing down on the weakest point of his spirit energy. His 10 fingers released spirit energy, sealing the meridians in his arm, then forcefully twisted. Catcher. Chu Yi's right hand was directly broken. He issued a pitiful cry, "You win. You win. I admit defeat." Chu Tian coldly said, "Don't you think it's too late to admit defeat now? I am the 4th elder's son. You dare kill me?" Chu Tian grabbed the dark green dagger, directly stabbing it into Chu Yi's chest. Chu Yi's eyes opened wide, falling to the ground, twitching a few times. He no longer moved. Dead. Chapter 60. The entire space was quiet to the extreme. Countless eyes were focused on Chu Tian. Everything between heaven and earth disappeared, leaving behind this miraculous youth. Li Changyun was half crippled and expelled. Luo Yuanshan was struck to death by heavenly thunder. Chu Yi was killed by Chu Tian on the spot. 3 battles, 3 wins. The victory was clean, there was no suspense, and the way he won was unexpected. In every competition, no one was optimistic about Chu Tian. Every time, the ending was unbelievable. Chu Tian was crazy, crazy to the end. No one could break it, no one could solve it. How many people in this world could do this? This was a true young genius. This was a true hot-blooded man. For a person to be crazy to this degree, it was no longer arrogant. This was self-confidence, an incomparably strong self-confidence. Why would a 9 heavens god need to be humble to an ant? Yi Xiong had caused a storm in the city. He wanted to use the power of the city's public opinion to thoroughly trample Chu Tian into hell, to forever lose his reputation, to forever be cursed by tens of thousands of people. Who would have thought that he would lift a large stone and smash it on his own foot? Now everyone knew the true despicable face of the Ye family. Yi Xiong was facing a complete loss of his reputation. Nangong Yi could not contain the excitement in his heart. In front of everyone he announced, "Chu Tian is South Sky City's genius." Who would dare say that Chu Tian is incompetent? Who would dare say that Chu Tian was born lowly? Who would dare slander Chu Tian? Chu Tian. Chu Tian. Those who slander Chu Tian, they deserve this kind of ending. Everyone seemed to be infected by this heroic spirit. They all began to shout out, Their shouts were like a tsunami. Nangongyi let out a large breath of resentment. He glared at the people in front of him and said, "What happened to you? Weren't you all clamoring to cut Chu Tian into 1,000 pieces? Now what else do you have to say? Finished. Completely finished." Yet another crushing defeat. Du Zhentian's expression was extremely awkward. He thought carefully for a few minutes, and as if he had made an important decision, he immediately stood up from the crowd. Seeing him walk out, Chu Tian smiled coldly and asked, "Could it be that Patriarch Du Zhentian is unconvinced and wishes to challenge again? Stop joking. Wasn't the lesson from the past tragic enough? One of them had his reputation ruined, his cultivation crippled, and he was banished from the city. The other was killed on the spot, and not even a complete corpse could be put together. The last one even had an overwhelming advantage, but was completely counterattacked by Chu Tian, and died with a grievance. Was such a painful lesson not enough? Was it going to happen again? Moreover, the 3 challenges had already ended. What was the point of defeating Chu Tian now? With his own strength, Chu Tian had forcefully turned the tide and used an overwhelming method to launch a fierce counterattack. Du Zhentian felt as if his face was being slapped repeatedly. Now it was almost swollen like a pig's head. His reputation was swept to the ground. He had lost all his face. Heavy losses. He had the image of a villain who framed a genius. If he had known earlier, Du Zhentian would not have stepped into these muddy waters even if he was beaten to death. Young Master Chu, the whole thing was a misunderstanding. Du Zhentian was the head of a family, so he had to be thick-skinned. The Du family was raised by himself, not like Yi Xiong who had the support of the central state headquarters. He couldn't fight anymore. He really couldn't fight like this anymore. Du Zhentian endured the pain and took out a contract. Young Master Chu is a genius. How could he be a thief? It was me who was bewitched by some people's evil words and spread false rumors. I had eyes but failed to see and offended you. To express my apology, the Du family's mold printing factory contract, I ask young Master Chu to accept it. This contract worth 1 million gold coins was handed over to someone else on a silver platter. This was simply cutting off his own flesh. Du Zhentian had a sinister face 2 days ago, discussing with Yi Xiong how to get rid of Chu Tian. Now, his face changed and he gave in to Chu Tian on the spot. This was giving in to the strong. He was also forced to do so. Du family head's memory isn't very good. This factory was originally won by me, so it was originally mine. You fucking took my things and came to apologize to me. Who in this world apologizes like this? This, Du Zhentian's face was filled with embarrassment. You almost killed me in the arena of the summit. Don't tell me Lord Du has forgotten about this. Chu Tian snorted and said, according to my temper, if someone wants me dead, I won't let them live. Let's talk it out, let's talk it out. Du Zhentian wiped his sweat. This Du will personally clarify the facts to the media and make up for the loss of young Master Chu's reputation. I will also prepare a generous gift to apologize to Miracle Commerce. What do you think? Not enough. This Du is willing to give up all of his personal property to make up for his mistake. This Du Zhentian had some courage. Chu Tian couldn't help but look at him in a different light. It was better to have one less enemy than one more enemy, not to mention he could still take advantage of it. Alright, since you're sincerely apologizing, I won't argue with you. But if I find out that you've done anything out of line, then don't blame me for not giving you face. Du Zhentian nodded repeatedly. I don't dare, I don't dare. No matter what, the Du family was still a large family in Tiannan City, but now he was acting like a grandson. Yi Xiong couldn't bear it anymore and said, Du Zhentian, do you still want face? The Du family is a small family, it's not as powerful as the Ye family. Du Zhentian let out a long sigh and coldly glanced at Yi Xiong. Even though he hated Chu Tian, if it wasn't for this guy's instigation, he would not have done what he did today. Today, the Du family suffered heavy losses and it was all because of this idiot. I hope you rein in your horse at the edge of the cliff and stop doing stupid things. The Ye family was isolated and helpless. Let's go. Yi Xiong angrily rolled up his sleeves and left. The entire city was in an uproar, and the curtains finally fell on this farce. Yi Xiong combined the power of 3 families, But not only were they unable to do anything to Chu Tian, but they also allowed Chu Tian's reputation to rise to another level, and even allowed Chu Tian to fish up a large amount of benefit. Li Chongyun abdicated. The president of the Alchemist Guild was most likely Xiong Tianyang. Chu Tian earned a total of 500,000 gold coins, harvested an entire factory, and even received all of Du Zhentian's wealth. Du Zhentian hurriedly said his goodbyes. It was most likely to be an emergency transfer of his valuables. How could Chu Tian give him the time? Du Zhentian had just stepped back and hadn't even moved a few treasures when Chu Tian brought Nan Gongyun and Zhong Liqing and immediately came to confiscate his house. There was no other way. He could only give up. Chu Tian sent Meng Yingying, Meng Qingwu, Nan Gongyun, and Xiong Tianyang out. Search the large houses for me. As long as you find anything valuable, even if it's a urinal, bring it out for me. The few of them were like they were injected with chicken blood, and impatiently rushed in to start a large search. Du Zhentian's house was turned upside down. Finally, just the valuable crystals, beast cores, medicines, and pills, the total value reached hundreds of thousands of gold coins. There were several crystal cards with gold coins, and the total cash reserves reached hundreds of thousands. These were all assets that could be easily converted into cash, and if calculated, it would be around 1 million gold coins. What kind of concept was 1 million gold coins? Even if Nanyun Commerce sold everything, they might not be able to sell it for this much money. In addition, there were large amounts of rare treasures, luxury goods, and so on. The value was hard to estimate, but it was definitely not low. Xiong Tianyang walked out with a face full of excitement. 3 lives demonic insect. 3 lives demonic insect. We actually found more than 203 lives demonic insect. 3 lives demonic insect. Wasn't it the main ingredient for refining the qi refining pill? This kind of medicine was very rare, there weren't many of them in South Sky City, but they actually found several hundred in the Du family's house. Chu Tian was very satisfied with this. With this batch of 3 lives demonic insects, we can refine several hundred qi refining pills to help our Nanyun medicine store open. Old Xiong did a good job, you've made a great contribution, there will be a heavy reward later. Xiong Tianyang revealed a look of ecstasy. Many thanks, Chairman. Xiong Tianyang was a medicine fanatic, he was not interested in money, but he was obsessed with medicine. If he had the chance to learn 1 or 2 top pill refining methods from Chu Tian, it would be a great honor. Nan Gongyun ran out from the back courtyard. Leader, I found 3 white rhinoceros carriages in the beast pen, they are too beautiful. Can I borrow one to drive? I'll give it to you. Chu Tian was very generous. The other 2 are for Yingying and the young miss. Meng Yingying beamed with joy. I've wanted a good carriage for a long time. I didn't have the money to buy one before. I didn't think there would be one here. Meng Qingwu's mouth also hung a trace of a smile. The white rhinoceros was a very beautiful demon beast. Its body was like jade, snow white and beautiful. It was especially suitable for women. Each white rhinoceros carriage cost over 10,000 gold coins. Meng Qingwu was reluctant to buy it before. In any case, it was free. This fellow's things, she could just take it. Chu Tian waved his hand. Search. Continue searching. Today your boss is in a good mood, everything we find, we'll give you 1/10 of it. Once everyone heard this, their passion soared, it was like they were injected with chicken blood. Not long after, Meng Yingying's little face was red, her forehead was covered in sweat as she ran out of the room. Chu Tian, I found an underground warehouse, I found a lot of jewelry. Chu Tian nodded, load it up and take it away. Meng Yingying loudly shouted, yes. Du Zhentian was about to cry. This was really a big loss. Even though it was Du Zhentian's personal property, it was still years of savings. These people were like robbers, almost all the valuable things inside and outside the house were taken away. Even the jewels embedded in the bed were dug out. These people plundered everything and stuffed it all into Chu Tian's bronze bull carriage, unexpectedly filling up the entire carriage. Chu Tian looked at Du Zhentian and asked suspiciously, your Du family has been in Tiannan City for decades and is one of the wealthiest families. As the head of the family, you should have at least millions of people's wealth, how can it be so little? Do you still have property that you haven't explained? Du Zhentian almost spat out blood, clenching his teeth. No, it's all in here. Nothing. Do you think I'm stupid? Who would leave everything in their home? Chu Tian didn't care, his harvest was big enough. Du Zhentian was still a character, he couldn't push him too hard, so he stopped while he was ahead. Let's write off all the grievances between us. I'll still say this, if I find out that the Du family has any tricks up their sleeves, I won't let you off lightly. Du Zhentian also let out a sigh of relief. In the future, if he saw anyone from Miracle Commerce, the Du family would definitely take a detour. Chu Tian moved the carriage full of loot back. When the carriage was opened, all kinds of treasures came out, almost blinding people's eyes. Good. Very good. Instantly out of poverty, Chu Tian laughed with satisfaction. Yingying's hot pot city could earn tens of thousands of gold coins a day, but what use was that? It wasn't even enough for Chu Tian's basic training expenses. This was good. Luo Yuanshan's 500,000 gold coins crystal card. Du Zhentian's home had over 1 million gold coins worth of cash and materials. This place could be converted to over 1,500,000 gold coins. In South Sky City, there were no more than 5 families that could take out this kind of money, even the mayor's palace couldn't take it out. There was also a pile of hard-to-calculate luxury goods. There was also a large amount of 3 lives demonic insects. The price itself wasn't that high, only around 1 to 200 gold coins. As long as Chu Tian refined it into a qi cultivation pill, he could instantly turn stone into gold, turning it into a pill worth thousands or even tens of thousands. Miracle Commerce was currently short on money. Chu Tian was also short on money for cultivation. This was good, he didn't need to worry about money for a short period of time. Chu Tian planned to raise Xiong Tianyan's strength to the awakened soul realm, then he would take the position of the Alchemist Guild's chairman. Xiong Tianyan's talent wasn't bad, it was just that he was obsessed with alchemy, so his cultivation growth was slow. Chu Tian only needed to provide him with a few supplementary formulas and he would definitely succeed. Yi Xiong wouldn't even dream of this. This time, not only did he not completely defeat Chu Tian, instead he allowed Chu Tian to explode in a short period of time. Chapter 61. In just a few days, Miracle Commerce had taken over the Du family's factory and was fully invested in the production of lamps. If this factory was fully operational, it could produce tens of thousands of lamps for Miracle Commerce every day. Miracle Commerce's productivity had increased by 10 times. Meng Qingwu began to wantonly purchase small factories and large amounts of raw materials. Southern Cloud Medicine Shop and Southern Cloud Symbol Shop had received large amounts of funds. They began to purchase workshops and directly recruited talents from the Alchemist Guild and Symbol Master Guild, preparing for their official operations. Miracle Commerce's development was very good. Chu Tian's prestige in South Sky City was even higher than before the storm. However, Chu Tian did not feel relaxed at all because the real trouble had just begun. Nangong Yi personally came to visit and his first sentence was, "I've received news that you killed the Luo family's elder and the Chu family's outstanding heir. This matter has already been spread to Central State City." With these words, everyone was shocked. Nangong Yi seemed to be very worried. "You've gained a lot of limelight, but you've also attracted the anger of the 2 families. So, your situation has not become better, but rather it has become worse. You have to be prepared for revenge at any time." Meng Qingwu's eyebrows knit together. The 2 families are not inferior to the Ye family. If they join hands for revenge, I'm afraid it will be hard to resist. Elder sister, what are you worried about? Meng Yingying began to have blind confidence in Chu Tian. No matter how strong they are still not Central State City's families. If they want to deal with Chu Tian, it will be too far. You can't say that. Nangong Yi gave a soft sigh. Chu Tian had attracted the attention of the 2 families before, but he did not receive much attention. It was only a small fight. If the 2 great families are truly enraged, the situation will be completely different. Nangong Yi was right. The Chu family, the Luo family, and the Ye family. The 4 great families of Central State, which one of them was not like a hornet's nest? If a normal person stabbed any one of them, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Chu Tian wasn't polite at all. He didn't even go to the Central State and directly stabbed 3 of them. These 3 families were not to be trifled with. Their positions were deeply rooted and they had many awakened soul cultivators. It could even be said that experts were as common as clouds. Moreover, it was easy to dodge a spear in the open but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. If they sent out assassins, it would be hard for Chu Tian to survive. The three families might also use Chu Tian as an excuse to suppress miracle commerce. This was a huge test for the newly born miracle commerce. I'll write a letter to the family and ask them to send reinforcements. When Nangongyi said this, he suddenly paused, but King City is tens of thousands of miles away from here, and Central State Main City is only 1,000 miles away. Distant water cannot put out a nearby fire. Nangongyun frowned and said, "Then what should we do? We can't just sit here and wait for death." Meng Qingwu gave a suggestion: "We can hide Chu Tian first, this way we can avoid the most intense conflict. Even if we want to retaliate, we won't be able to find him." Nangongyi was the mayor, but his foundation was not stable. Under the pressure of the three families, if he chose to fight them head-on, he might even lose his life. If he could avoid direct conflict with the three families. Protect miracle commerce. Protect Meng Qingwu and Meng Yingying. Nangongyi was confident he could do this. Everyone was racking their brains to help Chu Tian clean up his mess. Chu Tian gave a long yawn on the side, as if he was about to fall asleep listening to this. "Young miss, didn't you help me get a black market pass? I want to go to the black market and see if I can find any useful materials. While I'm at it, what do you think?" Nangongyi was shocked. "You want to go to the black market?" Meng Qingwu quickly said, "That's not right." Meng Qingwu explained, "If you stay in Tiannan City, you can still be protected, but if you swagger out of the city, wouldn't that be playing into their hands? In Tiannan City, which Ye family doesn't have eyes? If you leave Tiannan City, it's impossible to not be discovered by them." Chu Tian laughed. "How could this be difficult for me? Wait a few minutes, I'll be right back." What kind of medicine did this Chu Tian have up his sleeves? After a few minutes, a green-robed youth hurriedly walked in. "This little one is Lu Ren, greets the sirs." Who was this? This person was not even 20 years old, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Apart from this, there was nothing special about him. He was simply an extremely ordinary person. If he was thrown into a crowd, he would not attract any attention. What a good name! He was definitely a passerby from head to toe. Meng Yingying walked in front of Lu Ren and stared at his eyes for a long time. She pinched his cheeks and pulled his hair, revealing a shocked expression. You're Chu Tian?" Chu Tian laughed. "My disguise technique isn't bad. Whether it was his height, body shape, facial features, or even his voice, everything had changed. This was a completely different person. How could there be such a powerful disguise technique in the world? Nangongyun felt that this was inconceivable. "How did you do it?" Chu Tian laughed. Hey, with the help of some potions and a unique disguise technique. I'll teach you next time when I have the chance." If he walked out at this time, no one would be able to recognize Chu Tian. Let the mayor make up a reasonable identity for him. In an instant, he had become a completely different person. Chu Tian saw everyone's shocked expression and proudly said, "Remember, I'm called Lu Ren, a rogue cultivator. Because I accidentally obtained an entrance ticket to the black market, I went to the black market to try my luck. I don't know you and I have nothing to do with miracle commerce." Hi. Really high. Like this, he could really deceive everyone. If Chu Tian stayed in South Sky City, because he often came in contact with Meng Yingying and Meng Qingwu, he could be seen through. But once Chu Tian left South Sky City, who would know of his relationship with miracle commerce? The black market is far away in the Yin Corpse Valley. Nangongyi was a bit afraid of the Yin Corpse Valley. The Yin Corpse Valley is an ominous place. How much do you know about it? What was the black market? A special market outside of the normal market. If foreign merchants wanted to do business in the city, not only were the procedures very complicated, they also had to pay high taxes. The amount of goods was strictly limited to avoid disrupting the local market and harming the local companies. The number of caravans was strictly limited to avoid undercover agents, spies, or other people with bad intentions, using the name of traveling merchants to hide. Because of these kinds of restrictions, the black market was born. It was not under the jurisdiction of the city. Caravans from all over could freely transport goods, they could come and go as they pleased, there were no restrictions and no taxes. The local hot treasures, stolen or robbed, were not convenient to sell in the city, so they would be taken to the black market to be sold to merchants. Over time, the black market formed a large scale. Because of the frequent suppression of the kingdom, the black market did not dare openly establish itself in the wild, so most of the black markets were in inaccessible places, some were even built in extremely evil places. The Yin Corpse Valley was such a place. Nangongyi gave a simple introduction. The Yin Corpse Valley is a famous ominous place in Central State. It is said that 5,000–6,000 years ago, it was the headquarters of a powerful evil sect. No one knows why it was suddenly destroyed. However, the Yin Corpse Valley is filled with traps. It is a very dangerous place. The black market was actually built in the ruins of an ancient sect. Chu Tian was very interested. Nangongyi continued to introduce, the Yin Corpse Valley is most famous for its yin corpses. It is said that the people that die in the Yin Corpse Valley, their bodies will not rot for 10 years, because they absorb the mysterious yin energy, they will finally become yin corpses. It sounds very terrifying. Meng Yingying revealed a frightened expression. Are the yin corpses very strong? Although they are transformed by humans, they have already become demons, they have long lost their humanity, naturally they are incomparably fierce. Nangongyi continued, yin corpses are not living beings, their lifespans are unlimited, the longer the yin corpse lives, the stronger it is. Nangongyi introduced, a 10-year-old yin corpse has a first body refinement layer cultivation, it is invulnerable, it has infinite strength, it also has corpse poison, its battle strength is not inferior to a second or third body refinement layer human cultivator. After that, every 10 years it evolves by one level. A 20-year-old yin corpse is equivalent to a second body refinement layer, a 30-year-old yin corpse is equivalent to a third body refinement layer cultivator. The Yin Corpse Valley is thousands of years old, so there is no lack of 100-year-old corpses, there are even 1,000-year-old corpse monsters. Meng Qingwu's dark brows knit together. People only knew of the mysterious black market, but they did not know that the black market was this dangerous. It was impossible for Chu Tian to bring a bodyguard, he could only go alone to the Yin Corpse monster territory. How could they feel at ease? Yin corpses. This was a little interesting. Chu Tian was not afraid at all. This kind of thing, I know about it, you can be assured, I have a way to deal with them. He originally wanted to go to the black market to try his luck. This was not only a black market, it was also an ancient sect ruins. This kind of place was full of opportunities. If Chu Tian did not go take a look, how could it be justified? Nangongyi saw that he could not convince Chu Tian, he could only helplessly give up, but Chu Tian was very resourceful, although his personality was a bit wild, he was not stupid, he should know his limits. The black market camp was at the edge of the Yin Corpse Valley, there would not be strong yin corpses in this area. Chu Tian prepared for 2 days in South Sky City, his bag was filled with talismans, bottles of medicine and pills, his whole person looked like a normal rogue cultivator. Cash. First bring 500,000 gold coins. Changing it all to gold card, 10,000 gold coins each. This money was not necessarily needed, because Chu Tian had heard from Nangongyi that foreign merchants did not necessarily accept the kingdom's gold coins, but it was better to be prepared, he could not bring less money. Preparations complete. Chu Tian swaggered out of South Sky City. He rode his horse all the way north. Chu Tian traveled day and night for several days. Finally he reached a small town called Blackstone Town. Blackstone Town was the closest small town to the Yin Corpse Valley. The entire town had less than 100,000 people, half of them were outsiders. If they were not disciples of influential families that came to the Yin Corpse Valley, then they were merchants or rogue cultivators that wanted to try their luck in the black market. After Chu Tian changed his appearance, he did not stand out in the crowd, he wandered around Blackstone Town, at the same time he inquired about the Yin Corpse Valley. Selling elixirs, freshly dug up herbs. Selling beast cores, high-quality beast cores. Black goods that just came out of the oven, if you want to buy it, quickly come take a look. Blackstone Town was not a black market, but there were many small traders in the small town. This was a remote town, with many people moving around, so the management was not strict, buying and selling was very free, many of them were stolen goods, if one was patient enough, perhaps they could find some treasures. Latest news. Latest news. The Great Jew Country's Black Moon Sect's caravan has just arrived at the black market, bringing large amounts of top-quality herbs, equipment, and cultivation technique. They don't want the kingdom's gold coins, only corpse cores. As long as you have enough corpse cores, you can exchange for anything you want. When this news came out, everyone was very shocked. This country was called Southern Shia. It was only a small kingdom. The Great Jew Country was also a kingdom, but it was a large kingdom, its population and influence. It was not something Southern Shia could compare to. A Great Jew Country's sect came to Southern Shia. Even if it was a normal thing in the Great Jew Country, in Southern Shia, it was a top-quality item that everyone wanted. Chu Tian's heart was very moved. He had to go to the black market as soon as possible. But entering the black market was not that easy. The Yin Corpse Valley's terrain was very complex and there were many traps. He might not be able to leave in 8 to 10 days. There was also the possibility of encountering danger, so it was necessary to find a guide, or find a companion that was familiar with the terrain. But where should he find one? Chapter 62. In the center of Blackstone Town, cultivators gathered. It was very noisy. The Great Jew Country's caravan released the news. Everyone wanted to grab this chance to exchange for some rare resources from the large country's sects. The Yin corpses were very strong. It was too dangerous to kill them alone. Therefore rogue cultivators formed teams with each other. This way they could take care of each other. Is young Miss Cai Dai recruiting team members? Although she came to the black market recently, with young Miss Cai Dai's strength and appearance, her reputation is not small. Now we're missing a spot. Should we go and try? Are you stupid? They're all abnormal. 4 of them are in the 9th body refinement layer. You're only in the 7th body refinement layer. Are you going to humiliate yourself? Shh. Be quiet. Don't you see Ding Feng is here? Do you dare compare yourself to him? The cultivators who were eager to try all shrank their necks in fright. A woman and 2 men stood in the open space. The woman had a delicate long sword on her back, wearing a colorful palace dress. She had a gentle temperament, dignified and gentle. Although she wasn't a stunning beauty, her eyes were very bright, with a special charm. She was a very charming woman. On the left was a tall and strong man. His weapon was a giant hammer. On the right was a dark-skinned short youth. His weapon was 2 short knives, with a long bow on his back. The colorful clothed woman said to everyone, "Our team is missing a spot. We need to have a cultivation at the 9th body refinement layer." With these words, everyone sighed. In the entire Blackstone town, how many people were at the 9th body refinement layer? The colorful clothed woman continued, "The corpse cores in the valley will be evenly distributed. Does anyone want to try?" While everyone was silent, a tall and sturdy man walked out, overbearingly saying, "Since these useless things don't have the guts, then the spot belongs to me, Ding Feng." Here's the black iron palm Ding Feng. His black iron palm is very strong. That's right, we shouldn't fight with him. Everyone began to discuss. They seemed to be afraid of this person. Cai Dai felt Ding Feng's strong aura. She knew that she had recruited an expert. She tentatively shouted, "Does anyone else want to try?" Strength speaks here. Whoever is stronger will be chosen. Does anyone want to try? Ding Feng crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face filled with arrogance. "Young Miss Cai Dai, do you think there is anyone more suitable than me? Instead of wasting time on this pile of trash, it would be better to kill a few more Yin corpses." His words infuriated many people. How arrogant. "Let me try." A muscular man jumped out with a blade in his hand. The sharp wind from the blade struck over. The blade light weaved into a brilliant flower, covering Ding Feng's body. Insignificant skill. Ding Feng's palms glowed with a metallic luster as he struck the blade, directly bending the fine iron blade. The burly man was horrified. "I've lost." However, Ding Feng did not stop there. Both of his palms struck out at the same time, landing heavily on the muscular man's chest. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The burly man was sent flying 10 meters away. His entire chest had caved in, and he seemed to be on the verge of death. "This is the result of challenging me." Ding Feng laughed coldly and shouted, "Who is still not convinced? Get out here." Everyone was so frightened that they took a step back, all of them revealing expressions of deep fear. Amazing. This is the black iron strong strength palm technique. Ding Feng was a very famous body refinement rogue cultivator. Because of a fortuitous encounter, he had learned the black iron strong strength palm technique. Now he had mastered it, he could use his bare hands to block blades, his strength was not small. This person's nature was very cruel, if one understood him, they would not easily provoke him. The burly man was just asking for trouble. Cai Dai was a little dissatisfied with Ding Feng's ruthlessness. They weren't life or death enemies, why did he have to make such a heavy move? But Ding Feng's strength, she still recognized it. Cai Dai's clear and gentle voice rang out, she did not want to see more people injured. Your Excellency's palm technique is good, your cultivation has reached the 9th body refinement layer, completely meeting our requirements, we welcome you to our team. Ding Feng received the beauty's praise, his heart was a little proud, how can these wastes be young Miss Cai Dai's companions? This spot, naturally belongs to me, too arrogant and savage. Ding Feng was truly strong, everyone was angry but did not dare say anything. Ding Feng enjoyed this feeling of being revered by others, just as he was about to swagger over, a young voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Wait a minute. A very young youth walked out in front of the surprised eyes of the crowd, he was not even 20 years old, his appearance was very mediocre, but his eyes were bright and clear. Ding Feng stopped and slowly turned around, his gloomy black face revealed a trace of anger. Little brat, do you know what consequences you will have to pay for making me wait? Fuck. This guy was so arrogant. Chu Tian's sword-like eyebrows knit together, he clearly said, I think I'm more suitable to join this team, so please scram. Was he seeking death? A 10-year-old youth dared to say these kinds of words in front of Ding Feng. This youth was too impulsive, most likely angering Ding Feng. Cai Dai quickly tried to persuade him. This little brother, we only accept experts at the 9th body refinement layer, your cultivation base is not weak, but there is still a gap from the 9th body refinement layer. Didn't you just say, here we speak with strength? Chu Tian's voice changed, he said very strongly, I think here, I am the strongest. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The sledgehammer-wielding brawny man next to Cai Dai grinned, this little brat is a little interesting. You dare be so arrogant in front of me? Ding Feng's breathing became heavy, his eyes sinister and terrifying. I don't know if I should admire your courage or your stupidity. Since you want to die, I'll help you. His palms began to emit a black iron luster. Dang! The black iron palm directly fell onto the youth's body. The youth's body released a clear bell-like sound. Ding Feng's palms did not hit a body of flesh and blood, but rather an incomparably large ancient bell. Scram! Chu Tian's body flashed with starlight. W.A. Ding Feng gave a pitiful cry as he was sent flying several feet. He received internal injuries on the spot, both his arms were broken, this made everyone present stun. How shocking was Ding Feng's palm strength. His full strength palm had hit the youth, but not only did he not kill the youth, he had instead received heavy injuries. Chu Tian did not even look at Ding Feng, his entire body was covered in a dreamy starlight. He directly walked in front of the rainbow-clothed woman. I'm called Lu Ren. Passerby? What kind of strange name was this? Cai Dai found it hard to hide the shock in her eyes. You should be practicing a high-level defensive cultivation technique. Could it be you've already reached the large success realm? You can actually resist an attack from someone with a higher cultivation realm. You really are powerful. You have the qualifications to join us. Large success realm? It would be strange. Chu Tian's starlight immortal body had not even reached the small success glass body. Of course this kind of shocking matter, it was better to hide it in his heart. When did this kind of person appear in Central State? Why haven't they heard of it before? That strange defensive cultivation technique, they had never heard of it from their elders. I'm called Cai Dai, this big fellow is called Xiong Hu, this silent gourd is called Di Jian. Cai Dai was around 20 years old. She was a beautiful woman with a good temperament. Yi. Chu Tian stared at Cai Dai's face for 2 seconds, he revealed a pondering smile. This woman had actually changed her appearance, but compared to him, she was still lacking. Could it be that Cai Dai was an ugly monster? Did she change her appearance to make herself beautiful? Chu Tian secretly cursed in his heart, but he had no interest in exposing her. Didn't you say there were 5 people? There's still one more. The other one is called by Zimo. He has already entered the black market several times, so he is very familiar with the terrain. His cultivation is also the highest. He has reached the peak 9th body refinement layer. He is a famous genius in Central State City. He has done things like jumping levels, just like you. Let's go, we'll go see him. At the small town gate. By Zimo was wearing a gorgeous white silk robe. He had a long sword embedded with gems on his back. He had a jade crown on his head. His skin was white and clean. From his appearance, it could be seen that this person was not a rogue cultivator. He was probably from a noble family. By Zimo was a little impatient waiting. Why are you guys so slow? What are you doing? When he saw the young Chu Tian, By Zimo's brows wrinkled, he used a harsh tone to reprimand. I told you to find a helper, why did you bring back trash? He doesn't even have the strength of the 9th body refinement layer, he will only hold us back. This kind of waste is better off not having him. Tell him to scram. In this world, the strong were respected. By Zimo's tone was this arrogant, he most likely had some ability. Cai Dai revealed an awkward expression. Zimo, don't be angry. Little brother Lu Ren is a bit young and his cultivation is a bit weak, but his battle strength is not bad. He has cultivated a strange body protection technique that even Chu Feng's black iron strong palm could not break. Xiong, whose tall and sturdy figure stood up, Brother Bai, we all saw it with our own eyes. When Chu Feng's palm came, little brother did not dodge, he used his body protection cultivation technique to injure Chu Feng. Humph, is that so? If that's the case, then Chu Feng is just a waste with an undeserved reputation. Bai Zimo said this, but his heart was filled with fear and jealousy. This brat was so young and could already fight Chu Feng. In a few years he wouldn't be any worse than him. Bai Zimo's heart was in a bad mood. Alright, since it's like this, I'll let you join us. At a critical moment you can be a meat shield. Let's go. Bai Zimo did not even look at Chu Tian, he turned around. We have to get to the black market before it gets dark. Cai Dai quickly persuaded Chu Tian. His personality is just like this, don't mind him. Xiong, who also comforted him, that's right, Bai Zimo not only has a high cultivation, his family also has people in the black market. This kind of good background, a strong person, it's normal for him to be a bit arrogant. It's said that he's been in and out of the black market many times, with him leading the way, we can avoid the dangerous areas and arrive safely. Chu Tian slightly nodded his head. He didn't care too much about it. There was nothing wrong with being arrogant, but one had to know one's own limits and have basic principles. Although Bai Zimo's attitude was arrogant, his mouth was only a bit sharp. Chu Tian didn't need to fight him to the death just because of his tongue. Cai Dai, Xiong Hu, and Di Jian, these three were all at the 9th body refinement layer. Bai Zimo was at the peak 9th body refinement layer. Only Chu Tian was at the peak 8th body refinement layer. But the so-called genius Bai Zimo, his strength was at most similar to Chu Yi, although it was a bit troublesome to deal with, but Chu Tian didn't put him in his eyes. Outside of Blackstone Town, weeds and withered trees, dead silent and ruined, it was a lifeless scene. The silent short youth Di Jian spoke for the first time. Everyone be careful, there are several yin corpses in front of us. This person's cultivation technique was very special, it seemed like he had a good investigative ability. Whenever yin corpses appeared, he would always be the first to discover them. From the rubble, several human-shaped monsters walked out. Their bodies were surrounded by a strange yin qi, looking very scary. Their bodies were shriveled and devoid of moisture, like dried corpses. Their bodies were covered in white fungal hairs, and their pitch-black nails were sharp and slender. Their eyes were a demonic green, and their twisted expressions were not mixed with the slightest bit of humanity. These were yin corpses. The yin corpses were divided into different levels. From the corpse hair, this corpse hair was a kind of yin qi and corpse qi. Body refinement realm yin corpses were white, awakened soul realm yin corpses were black. Someone once said that they had seen a blood-colored yin corpse. Of course this was only a rumor. The black yin corpses were several hundred-year-old corpses. The blood-colored yin corpses were at least several thousand-year-old corpse monsters. Once the blood-colored yin corpses appeared, not to mention the black market camp, Blackstone Town, even the nearby cities, would all suffer. From the yin qi, it's at most 30 to 40 years old. Do it. Chapter 63. 30-40-year-old yin corpses, they should have been formed recently. Most of them were rogue cultivators, at most in the 3rd to 4th body refinement layer. They were not a threat at all. Di Jian took the lead, taking out 4 to 5 arrows. Su, 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 su. At a 45-degree angle, looking up at the sky, he shot them all into the sky. The black arrows fell straight down. The yin corpses did not even notice. Each of their heads had been pierced by an arrow, falling straight down. Fast. Too fast. Chu Tian couldn't help praising. Good archery. Di Jian put away his bow, giving a friendly smile. He did not say anything. Bai Zimo crossed his arms and disdainfully taunted, "This kind of insignificant skill, only people like you would think it's good. What are you standing there for? Are you going to watch the show? Go get the corpse core." Bai Zimo not only did not give Chu Tian face, he also embarrassed Di Jian. He even put on a commanding tone. This made people somewhat annoyed. Chu Tian was puzzled. "You little brat, you really have a sense of superiority. I've already let you go once. You wouldn't think that I'm a spineless coward, right?" Bai Zimo crossed his arms, coldly smiled and said, "You don't seem convinced. Lu Ren, I'll go with you." Cai Dai was afraid of causing a conflict in the team. She pulled Chu Tian away. Bai Zimo seeing this, his brows wrinkled even deeper, his eyes flashed a trace of annoyance. The others were all very easy to get along with. Only Bai Zimo's temper was too bad. Bai Zimo was indispensable, not to mention Bai Zimo being familiar with the terrain, knowing how to avoid traps and dangerous areas. With his strong strength, he could solve the problem for the team in a critical moment. With a strong teammate by their side, their hearts felt a bit more at ease. His temper. They could just endure it. Corpse cores and beast cores were different. The beast core was the source energy of a demon beast. When the demon beast was about to advance, it would condense in its body, so killing 10 demon beasts, obtaining 1 beast core was already good enough. Corpse cores were completely different. They were condensed from yin qi and corpse qi. Every yin corpse would produce one. Because of this, the yin corpse valley's production was very high. The cultivation techniques of the evil sects often required corpse cores to assist in their cultivation. In some special alchemy or refining processes, corpse cores were also an important material. Chu Tian did not understand the cultivation methods of the evil sects. The corpse cores would be of limited help to him. It would be better to collect them and exchange them for the materials he needed in the black market. The 5 of them continued forward. The yin corpse valley was filled with yin corpses, but up until now, the yin corpses they had met, their strengths were not very strong. Xiong Hu, Cai Dai, and Di Jian, they could instantly deal with the yin corpses. Di Jian's mobility was very strong and he was good at long-range shooting. Xiong Hu practiced a fierce and violent cultivation technique. He had a strong destructive power at close range. There was not a single yin corpse that could block his hammer. What surprised Chu Tian the most was Cai Dai. This girl's strength was not weak at all. Although her cultivation base was only at the 9th body refinement layer, her cultivation technique was very good. Her martial arts were also very rich. With the autumn water treasure sword in her hand, her battle strength was greatly increased, almost reaching the peak of the 9th body refinement layer. Young Miss Cai Dai was not an ordinary person. Whether it was the cultivation technique, martial arts, or equipment, this was not something a trivial rogue cultivator could have. Bai Zimo and Chu Tian had not made a move yet. Because Bai Zimo was the strongest, he needed to conserve his spirit energy, using it to deal with special situations. Chu Tian did not make a move because everyone thought of him as a strong meat shield cultivator. There were more and more corpse cores. They filled the entire bag. Xiong Hu excitedly said, "We've almost collected 100 corpse cores. If we divide them evenly, we can go to the great Jew country's black market caravans and exchange them for a good medicine or even a good weapon." Cai Dai's face was filled with joy. The long sword in her hand was as clear as autumn water, beautiful and moving. "Now that we've entered the yin corpse valley, we cannot be careless, we must be careful." He did not even finish speaking. There was a terrifying howl in front of them. A bone-chilling cold wind. It was like an ice blade whistling through the air, making the hearts of the 5 of them feel a chill. Di Jian's face changed as he said, "There is the aura of a high-level yin corpse in the southwest." When everyone looked over, They saw a yin corpse covered in mud, slowly crawling out of a hole in the ground. This was clearly different from a normal yin corpse. Its body was not withered, rather it was very strong. It was covered in a dark green corpse poison. Its fierce eyes stared at them. The terrifying killing intent made it hard for them to breathe. Xiong, who felt his heart jump. This yin corpse has the strength of a 9th body refinement layer. Yin corpses are invulnerable. They also have corpse poison. Even if we're at the same level, it would still be difficult for us to be their opponent. Cai Dai felt a little nervous. She couldn't help taking a step back. By Zimo, you can easily deal with him here. I'll have to trouble you to make a move. No need to be anxious. By Zimo did not panic. He said in a joking tone, we still have one person. We haven't made a move yet. Cai Dai clenched her fists. She angrily said, Zimo, at this time, can you not be like this? Humph, young Miss Cai Dai, what are you worried about? I'm here to protect you, you won't be hurt. Bai Zimo crossed his arms in front of his chest, his eyes staring at the yin corpse in front of him. He did not have any thoughts of making a move. I just can't stand some people who reap without sowing, mixing into the team, but never putting in any effort. This Bai Zimo was clearly targeting Chu Tian. What are you still doing? Bai Zimo said to Chu Tian in a condescending tone, this one is yours, why haven't you made a move yet? Yin corpses were at least 100 years old. A person at the 8th body refinement layer going to deal with them, wasn't that just seeking death? Yin corpses were good at using corpse poison. In close combat, they had to defeat them in one go, otherwise if they were infected with the yin corpse's poison, they would die without a doubt. Yin corpses were demons. They did not have the weakness of living beings. They even had copper skin and iron bones. This youth's cultivation was not only weak, he was clearly walking the defensive path. Letting him deal with such a powerful yin corpse, wasn't that sending him to his death? Cai Dai angrily said, do you want to see him die? I told you, our team doesn't need useless people. It was you who brought him in. Can you blame me for this? Bai Zimo coldly said, if he really dies, then that's a good thing. One less person means we'll get a few more corpse cores, right? Good, good. If you don't make a move then forget it. Cai Dai couldn't bear it. Lu Ren, let's go together. Xiong, who also couldn't stand Bai Zimo's conduct, I'll also help. Di Jian did not say anything, but he used his actions to show his stance. He took out a black arrow from his back and prepared to fight. Bai Zimo revealed a trace of anger. That's right, he was purposely messing with this brat. Who told this brat to have such a strong strength at such a young age? Chu Feng was not a simple person. He could easily defeat the 9th body refinement layer Chu Feng with his 8th body refinement layer cultivation. His talent was even higher than his own. Bai Zimo's nature was very proud, so he was very arrogant. He couldn't stand others being stronger than him. Because of this, he didn't like this brat from the beginning. So what if his talent was high? Even geniuses could easily fall. Who would have thought that Cai Dai and the others would dare to go against him, ruining Bai Zimo's plans? Chu Tian gave a slight sigh. How could he not see through Bai Zimo's thoughts? This kind of person had no tolerance, narrow-minded, afraid of competition. No matter how high his talent was, he was doomed to not have any big achievements. No need to trouble you, I'll give it a try. Chu Tian's legs kicked out. Like a phantom, he quickly rushed out, his toes stepping on a rock. He immediately shot out like an arrow. When the yin corpse saw this, the corpse poison on its body became even thicker. Its claws were filled with black qi. It roared as it charged at Chu Tian. Quickly come back. You can't deal with it alone. Cai Dai and Xiong, whose expressions changed. Di Jian quickly pulled out his bow. Chu Tian took out a talisman in midair and poured his spirit energy into the talisman, immediately activating the source energy array. Entering hyperfocus, he dodged the yin corpse's claw and slapped the talisman onto the yin corpse. The talisman turned into a white spear. It pierced through the yin corpse's chest, coming out from its back. Go. This spear of light pierced the yin corpse's body, actually pinning the yin corpse to the rock wall. It is reasonable to say, yin corpses were not afraid of normal injuries, but this yin corpse let out a mournful howl. Its body was covered in smoke, like it was on fire, in a short while it turned into a dried-up corpse. Di Jian's bow was only half drawn, because Chu Tian's movements were too fast. Rushing out like lightning, skillfully avoiding the attack, releasing the talisman technique, breaking the enemy in one move. It was like he had practiced it thousands of times. It was simply too smooth. Such a strong 100-year-old yin corpse was actually killed in one move. Cai Dai's face was filled with shock. How did you do it? Chu Tian dug out the corpse core and walked back. I have a light attribute talisman technique. The light attribute has a special killing effect on yin corpses. Bai Zimo's eyes flashed with anger. He coldly said, "Humph, using external objects to fight. What is there to be proud of? I really feel disdain for you." Cai Dai was very disappointed in Bai Zimo. She never thought that this fellow would actually be such a narrow-minded person. No matter what, Lu Ren killed the yin corpse. The difficulty of killing this yin corpse surpasses the sum of the yin corpses we've just killed. You have nothing to say. Bai Zimo's face sank. He did not say anything. However, at this time, Di Jian suddenly shouted out in horror, "This is bad. There are many yin corpses nearby. We've been surrounded." As if it was to set off his words. In all directions of the canyon, the mournful cries of the yin corpses came at the same time. From the caves in the ground, from the caves, yin corpses kept crawling out. Each one was filled with a dense ghost aura, their faces fierce. The majority of them had a strength of the 7th or 8th soul layer. Bai Zimo's face changed. "I've walked this road many times. How could there be this many yin corpses?" The yin corpses were in a deep sleep most of the time. Only under certain circumstances could they awaken en masse. At this moment, in all directions of the 5 of them, there were close to 100 yin corpses, and each one was not weak. Ao, ao. A terrifying roar suddenly came from above them. On the cliff that was around 50 to 60 meters high, there was actually a yin corpse wearing tattered armor. This yin corpse was not only strong, the corpse aura around it had already turned a faint black. It was clear that the poison was even stronger. The most terrifying thing was this yin corpse's hair, half of it had already turned black. A terrifying existence that had already evolved into a black yin corpse. In other words, this yin corpse's strength was very close to an awakened soul cultivator. Because of the yin corpse's unique advantage, even though it had not reached the awakened soul realm, its strength was already at the first awakened soul layer. This is bad. If it was just 100 normal yin corpses, with the 5 of them working together, they could still deal with it. But now there was a yin corpse that was close to the awakened soul realm. How could these few people deal with it? Bai Zimo's eyes flashed. He immediately said, "Waste, now is the time for you to show your usefulness. Your defense is strong, you can block it for a while. As long as you attract its attention, I'll kill it." Chu Tian's defense was strong. Could he block the corpse poison? Not to mention, Chu Tian was only at the 8th body refinement layer. This yin corpse's battle strength was not inferior to an awakened soul realm cultivator. Why would Bai Zimo want Chu Tian to protect him? He just wanted Chu Tian to stall for time. He wanted to take the chance to escape. Chu Tian gave a cold smile in his heart. He suddenly thought of something and said, "Don't be anxious. There seems to be another person in our team that hasn't made a move yet." Cai Dai, Xiong Hu, and Di Jian all looked at Bai Zimo. Without a doubt, among the 5 of them, only Bai Zimo, who was at the peak 9th body refinement layer, had the ability to temporarily block this yin corpse. "You guys." Bai Zimo's white face turned red. Chu Tian then said, "Our team does not need a person like you to reap without sowing. So, please make your move." How familiar was this sentence? Wasn't it just a few minutes ago, he had said it to Chu Tian? At this time, the yin corpse let out an angry roar. From the 10-meter-high cliff, it directly rushed down. This yin corpse's target was very clear. Bai Zimo's cultivation was the highest. It would attack Bai Zimo first. Damn! Bai Zimo roared. He pulled out the long sword on his back. A beautiful sword glow stabbed at the yin corpse. Chapter 64. His peak 9th body refinement layer cultivation reached its peak. His spirit energy surged out, condensing into the shape of a white crane. With a leap, a sword glow soared into the sky, splitting the blue dome of heaven. Dang! The yin corpse's claws swept out. The jet black claws and the sword blade collided. The two surging forces separated. Bai Zimo and the yin corpse were both pushed back several feet. So powerful. They were actually evenly matched. Cai Dai, Xiong Hu, and Di Jian saw a glimmer of hope. Bai Zimo could fight the yin corpse head-on without being at a disadvantage. there was still hope for this battle. As long as Bai Zimo could stall the 100-year Yin corpse, the other 4 could seize the time and clear out the normal Yin corpses. The 5 of them could work together to deal with the 100-year Yin corpse. They had a chance of winning. But Bai Zimo did not think like this. Just one exchange. Bai Zimo felt his blood boil. He almost couldn't hold the sword in his hand. The Yin corpse's strength far surpassed his imagination. If he stayed behind to block it, there was a risk of losing. Who am I? How could I take a risk for these fellows? This Yin corpse was very strong. Bai Zimo did not have the confidence to defeat it. Even if he worked together with the other 4 and killed it, Bai Zimo would still be injured. His true goal this time was the mysterious ancient sect ruins. Hunting corpse cores, exchanging them for resources, was just something he did in passing. If he was injured for this, it would not be worth it. I have to find a way to escape. The Yin corpse charged forward once again. Bai Zimo raised his sword to block it. Borrowing the strong force, he released his white crane saw spirit, quickly gliding down, charging at Di Gen. His eyes flashed with a cold glow. You! What are you doing? Di Gen felt the terrifying aura from the other side. He couldn't help revealing a panicked expression, but he did not have time to resist. Bai Zimo grabbed Di Gen's shoulder and threw him behind him. Bai Zimo used Di Gen as a shield and threw him out. Cai Dai and Xiong, who were both shocked. You beast. You waste holding us back. I won't accompany you. You can play by yourself. Bai Zimo's white crane saw spirit had the ability to fly for a short period of time. He instantly flew 100 meters, using his fastest speed to abandon the others. In the blink of an eye he had already escaped. He never would have thought a person could be shameless to this point. Not only did he abandon his companions in danger, he even used his companions' lives to exchange for time to escape. Go and help. Chu Tian flipped over 2 normal Yin corpses blocking his way and charged at Di Gen as fast as he could. It was too late. Di Gen was thrown in front of the 100-year-old Yin corpse without any preparation. His cultivation base was not as high as Bai Zimo's and close combat was not Di Gen's strong suit. How could he block it? The first claw. The dagger was sent flying. The second claw. Ripping open the chest and abdomen. The third claw. Digging straight into the pit of his stomach. Even Chu Tian couldn't stop this series of ferocious attacks in a flash. Ah! Di Gen let out a blood-curdling screech as his bloody body fell to the ground. The surrounding corpses all rushed forward. It was a horrifying scene. Di Gen was dead. A living person had died just like that. The horde of zombies had begun to riot. This time, it was completely over. Chu Tian had no other choice. He could only step forward and block the 100-year-old Yin corpse. He was hit in the shoulder by the claw and was knocked back several feet. The starlight surrounding his body was actually torn apart. Such a strong attack power. Chu Tian felt a tearing pain in his shoulder. The 100-year-old Yin corpse's strength had actually passed through his body-protecting cultivation technique and created a wound on his shoulder. Although the wound was not deep, the blood that flowed out had already turned black. It was clear that he had been poisoned. The Yin corpses from all directions charged forward. Chu Tian loudly shouted, "Go block the normal Yin corpses, I'll deal with this one." Cai Dai and Xiong, who were both shocked. A trivial 8th body refinement layer brat could actually take a claw from the 100-year-old Yin corpse and not die. This was a terrifying monster that was close to an awakened soul realm cultivator. At this time, the Yin corpse's monstrous eyes revealed a bloodthirsty look. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and spat out a large amount of black fog that instantly enveloped Chu Tian. The two of them looked at each other in amazement. Most of the Yin corpse's threat came from the corpse poison. This fog was formed from the intense corpse poison. Even an awakened soul realm cultivator might not be able to withstand it. He was only an 8th body refinement layer cultivator. How could he survive? Chu Tian retreated while taking out a bottle of medicine. Opening the bottle, he drank it on the spot. He felt a cool feeling spread throughout his body, temporarily blocking the corpse poison from entering his body. Chu Tian could not help but rejoice that he had made preparations. Otherwise, with this corpse poison, he really would not be able to fight. Even if it was like this, he did not dare be careless. The Yin corpse's speed was too fast and its strength was shocking. In a blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of him. A claw slammed into Chu Tian's chest, only to see the starlight scattering in all directions. Chu Tian was like a cannonball. He flew out of the black fog, his body creating a ditch in the ground. Roar! The yin corpse turned into a black shadow as it flew out. A foot stepped on Chu Tian, who was on the ground. Chu Tian slapped the ground and bounced up, dodging the heavy attack by a hair. Dong! The yin corpse's foot created a shockwave, blowing Chu Tian several meters away. Chu Tian was after all not a normal person, he had rich battle experience. Therefore he was able to balance his body in the air, his feet firmly landing on the ground. Like lightning he sent out a fist, attacking the yin corpse chasing after him. Pang! The person and the yin corpse were both sent flying. Cai Dai used her sword to cut down a normal yin corpse. When she saw Chu Tian in the middle of a fierce battle, she couldn't help revealing a look of amazement. She discovered that Chu Tian's strength was not inferior to Bai Zimo's, he could even fight to a draw with the yin corpses. Moreover, he was not afraid of the corpse poison of the yin corpses. He had been hit several times by the yin corpses, but was blocked by his tyrannical protective cultivation technique. Too strong. This young man was only at the 8th body refinement layer, he could actually fight to a draw with an awakened soul realm existence. Xiong, who waved his giant hammer and sent 2 yin corpses flying, he excitedly shouted, "Let's work harder, block a group of minions, don't let them disturb little brother." Cai Dai's confidence increased. The autumn water sword released several beautiful sword glows. 4 to 5 yin corpses stood still, at the same time they were neatly cut into several pieces. After several rounds, Chu Tian's spirit energy was gradually running out. Because of his cultivation, his spirit energy was not high, he would lose this battle of attrition without a doubt. He had to think of a way to decide this battle in one go. Chu Tian closed his body's senses and opened his mind's eye state. His spirit energy condensed, he saw a large amount of brilliant starlight condense on his body, finally becoming as clear as crystal. He had used too much spirit energy this time. Victory or defeat would be decided in one move. This short-duration glass body was his strongest defense, it was enough to block Chu Yi's strongest attack, it could even easily injure Chu Yi. His 2 sleeves shook. 2 talismans fell into his palms. Roar! The yin corpse charged forward with a terrifying aura, a palm heavily slammed into Chu Tian's chest. That crystal-clear glass, instantly large amounts of cracks appeared, the yin corpse was also sent flying 2 meters by the terrifying strength. Now was the time! The talismans turned into 2 dazzling spears, fiercely stabbing into the yin corpse's body. Too hard. Chu Tian used all his strength, only stabbing in a little bit. Ayo! The yin corpse gave a pitiful cry, constantly emitting black fog, the light energy was seriously injuring it. Hong! The yin corpse's fist landed on Chu Tian's body, the glass body instantly shattered, turning into countless starlight particles, but Chu Tian's mouth also leaked blood. The glass body had been broken. If the yin corpse attacked again, Chu Tian's life would be in danger. Break for me. Chu Tian's hands held a spear of light, using all his strength to push the yin corpse forward, finally hitting a rock wall. The spear of light stabbed forward, finally piercing through the yin corpse's body. The terrifying strength created a large hole in the rock behind it. His legs kicked out. Chu Tian pushed it away. The yin corpse gave a pitiful cry, its body ignited in flames. In just a short while, this incomparably strong yin corpse had turned into a motionless burnt corpse. Chu Tian turned back to help Cai Dai and Xiong Hu. In less than 5 minutes, the other yin corpses had all been swept away. Did we really do this? Cai Dai looked at the yin corpses on the ground, not daring to believe her eyes. The 3 of them had killed over 100 yin corpses that were not weak. There was even a powerful existence that had almost evolved into a black-haired corpse monster. Xiong Hu was filled with admiration towards Chu Tian. Brother, are you still human? You're simply a monster. Chu Tian was half dead tired, his body was covered in several wounds. Go collect the corpse cores, there are at least 130 here, moreover the quality is very high. Cai Dai and Xiong Hu had just escaped death, they still had lingering fears. Hearing Chu Tian say this, the 2 of them revealed a look of joy. That's right. This was a large amount of spoils of war. The 2 of them spent a lot of effort, putting the corpse cores into the bag. Cai Dai weighed the heavy bag, revealing a gratified smile. Our harvest is too big. I estimate that when we reach the camp, we'll have at least 300 corpse cores. Little brother Lu Ren, this time it was all thanks to you. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to reach the camp. I'll give you half of my share. Xiong Hu also said, I'll also give you half. Chu Tian was a little surprised. I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. Cai Dai gave a carefree smile and said, the capable get more, it's only natural, you don't have to refuse. Chu Tian's impression of the two of them couldn't help but increase. They knew how to repay kindness, at least their character wasn't bad. Chu Tian really needed a lot of corpse cores to exchange for materials, so he was not polite. Hey, you seem to have forgotten about me. When the three of them were resting, a cold voice rang out. Bai Zimo. You still have the face to appear. Bai Zimo was wearing a white robe, holding a long sword as he walked over. His eyes swept over the yin corpses on the ground, looking at the three exhausted people. His lips curled into a cold smile. I never thought that you would have some skills. I don't want to waste my breath, just hand over my share. Xiong Hu angrily said, do you still have any face? Bai Zimo directly sent out a sword chi. Xiong Hu hurriedly raised his giant hammer to block. That tyrannical strength forced him back a few steps, blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. I've changed my mind, these corpse cores, I want them all. As for you guys, I think you should stay in this yin corpse valley forever. Maybe after 10 years, you'll become yin corpses. Bai Zimo did not want today's matters to be spread out, so he could only silence them by killing them. Cai Dai found it hard to believe. You want to kill us? I'm very sorry, young Miss Cai Dai, I actually quite like you. It's a pity I won't have the chance to do it with you. Bai Zimo's obscene eyes looked over Cai Dai's body, finally falling onto the autumn water like long sword in his hand. This is the autumn water sword, right? This kind of good sword, it's a waste in your hands. Let me display its value. Chu Tian slowly stood up. You seem to be happy too early. Bai Zimo locked onto Chu Tian, his killing intent rising. You talk too much. I'll start with you first. A cold light flashed. The treasure sword stabbed out. A trash like you also wants to kill me? Chu Tian opened his mind's eye, seeing through the enemy's spirit energy flow, including his flaws and weaknesses. With a slight difference, he dodged the dangerous sword wind. He lifted his leg and kicked out. Directly in the stomach. Bai Zimo gave a pitiful cry. He was kicked into the opposite giant rock, his body smashing the giant rock into pieces. Bai Zimo spat out several mouthfuls of blood, dyeing his white robe red. His jade crown fell off, his hair was disheveled. He was in a very sorry state. You. How could you? Chu Tian picked up the sword on the ground. Step by step he walked over to Bai Zimo. Bai Zimo fearfully moved back. Wait, I don't want it. I don't want the corpse cores anymore. Chu Tian looked at him with a pitiful gaze. Bai Zimo clenched his fists, revealing a ruthless look. My brother is in the black market camp. If you dare touch a single hair on my head, you're dead. If you dare kill me, I'll exterminate your 3 clans. What a joke. I don't dare kill you. Chu Tian raised his long sword. No. Bai Zimo cried out in despair. A cold light directly cut off his head. Chu Tian stabbed the sword into the ground. The last of his spirit energy was used up. Chu Tian felt dizzy. He quickly took out a recovery medicine from his pocket and drank it. Cai Dai and Xiong Hu looked at each other in blank dismay. You really killed him? Bai Zimo's brother is an awakened soul cultivator. He's very famous in the black market camp. If he dies, I'm afraid. Chu Tian looked at the two of them and said, You're too naive. This fellow betrayed his companion without even blinking an eye. You think that if you let him go, I'll be safe. Since it's like this, it's better to just kill him. The two of them were stunned. That's right. This kind of person with a bad character, if he was left alive, he would be a disaster. Chu Tian rested for a few minutes. There are more and more yin corpses nearby. Let's go. Today the yin corpse valley was not normal. Large amounts of sleeping yin corpses, inexplicably awakened. The number of yin corpses in the valley had increased. They were also incomparably wild. However, even though there were many yin corpses, they did not meet any over 100-year-old corpses. Along the way, there was no danger. At dusk, the 3 of them reached their destination. Chu Tian finally saw the legendary black market. Chapter 65. Under the blood-red sunset. A giant pitch-black camp quietly stood there, just like a monster crawling in the depths of a canyon. From the inside to the outside it was filled with a wild and desolate feeling. The black market's walls were made of stone, with a deep trench dug outside, with all kinds of obstacles. There were several hundred black-armored warriors holding bows and arrows, meticulously standing on the sentry towers and walls, ready to defend against the yin corpses at any time. Inside the camp, the stone houses were simple, scattered messily. The ground was made of crushed stones, with trash everywhere. Even the air was filled with a strange smell. The streets were filled with cultivators, all wearing different clothes, coming from different places, even different countries. The black market had no order, there were no laws, it was a true lawless place. The strong preyed on the weak, the strong were respected, whoever was the strongest was the ruler of the black market. It was because of this, the black market was filled with fights and killings all day long. Because of this, those who dared to enter the black market all had confidence in their own strength. Otherwise, even if they were robbed on the streets, no one would sympathize, they could only blame their bad luck. It was probably because of the yin corpses' inexplicable riots. Today the black market's atmosphere was especially tense. Many people were discussing this matter. Chu Tian walked around the black market, asking for information while looking for the great Jew country's caravan. Come and see. Come and see. Fox slaves from the southern foreign countries. Their numbers are limited, this is a rare opportunity, quickly come and see. A short and thin red-haired old man was leading several strong men, selling slaves on the side of the road. Why do these people look like monsters? Cai Dai was shocked on the spot. The red-haired old man was short, only a meter tall, but the strong men beside him were over 2 meters tall. Their bodies were covered in black fur, they looked a bit like bears. The slaves that were pulled out to be sold were even stranger. Almost all of them were female, and each of them had a hot figure. Although most of them had human characteristics, they had furry tails and fox ears. They looked strange and flirtatious, but full of exotic charm. Are these fox slaves authentic? Several merchants curiously gathered around him. You can consider yourself lucky. These fox slaves of mine were all sent from thousands of miles away, and all of them have pure bloodlines. Look at them, they have big breasts and perky buttocks, and they are also flirtatious and wantonly. They are absolutely the best quality sex toys. The red-haired old man pulled out a fox slave and tore off her bra. Try it and see how it feels. The fox clan is naturally lascivious, and these have been tamed. I guarantee that they will serve you until you wish you were dead. The fox slaves also smiled charmingly. It was simply able to hook people's souls. He didn't feel ashamed at all. The red-haired old man continued, think about it, in places like this, even those big families don't have non-humankind servants, right? If you buy one and bring it back, no matter if it's for your own enjoyment or to serve your guests, it will definitely be enough to give you face. The merchant was tempted. How much? The red-haired old man quickly reported the price: 10 low-grade raw stones for top-grade goods, 5 low-grade raw stones for mid-grade goods, and 3 low-grade raw stones for low-grade good. This is the first time I've seen a race other than the human race. Cai Dai didn't come to the black market to shop, rather she came to play and gain experience. The slave traders in the black market had a mind for business. They bought ordinary human slaves from the human countries and sold them to the non-humankind countries. Then they bought non-humankind slaves from the non-humankind countries and sold them to the human countries. The price was over 100 times higher. A normal human female slave without any cultivation base, in the southern Shia slave market, would only be worth a few dozen gold coins. When they were sent to the non-humankind areas, the so-called rare things are expensive. Selling it for 100,000 gold coins wouldn't be too much. The black market was really like the rumors said. There were many things that couldn't be seen in the regular market: foreign race slaves, foreign race weapons, foreign specialties, etc. The continent is vast, there are hundreds of races, there's nothing strange about it. Let's hurry and find the great Jew country's caravan. At this time, there were several passers-by talking, which aroused Chu Tian's curiosity. Hey, did you know? The ruins in the valley have been opened again. No wonder there are so many important people coming to the black market. Every time the ruins are opened, the yin qi in the valley will increase. You can see the yin corpses awakening outside, it can't be wrong. There have been many important people appearing in the camp recently. If they didn't come to search for treasures, what else could they be doing? I want to go in and try my luck. Don't think about it, unless you have the ancient tomb token, you can't enter the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb. In the black market people's discussion, there were some secrets being revealed. The Yin Corpse Valley had a very ancient ruins buried. The strange phenomenon in the valley today was most likely due to the change in the ruins' energy, causing the yin qi in the valley to increase, causing the yin corpses to go berserk. This was truly a new matter. 30,000 years later, ancient ruins, secret realms, treasure troves, trial grounds, these kinds of places that could contain hidden inheritances and treasures, had already been completely excavated and no longer existed. Countless things that were unearthed could not be properly protected or passed on, causing many ancient treasures to be lost to later generations. Whenever Chu Tian read the records of the legends, he would always feel his heart skip a beat, wishing he could be born in that era. Now the opportunity had come, legendary treasures, ancient ruins, secret realms and trial grounds, the continent was filled with them, there were many that hadn't been discovered yet. The old civilization and even the even more ancient Great Ancient Era. That was a history that was over 100 times longer than humanity. In these tens of thousands of years, humanity's level could advance by leaps and bounds, a large part of it was because of the wisdom of their predecessors. There were several epic-level treasure troves that were even recorded in the country's history books. Those hidden treasures that hadn't been excavated, sooner or later they would have a chance, but now was not the time. The ruins in the Yin Corpse Valley were not some great treasures that could change humanity's history, but as the ruins of an ancient sect, it was still worth exploring. Chu Tian's current cultivation was still weak, he should be able to find many useful things. Only how should he go? While Chu Tian was thinking, Xionghu excitedly ran over and shouted, "Found it, the great Ju country's caravan is here. Finally found it." The black market planning was too disgusting. It was simply like a maze, it could make people dizzy. The great Ju country's caravan was stationed in a large house, the outside was filled with black flags, the gatekeepers were all wearing black clothes, wearing ghost masks, giving off a gloomy feeling. It was most likely because they practiced some kind of evil cultivation technique. There were people from all over the world in the black market. So when these strange people appeared, the three of them weren't surprised. This time they harvested a total of 360 corpse cores. 60 low-grade ones, 200 middle-grade ones, 50-60 high-grade ones, and 1 top-grade one. Because Chu Tian had put in the most effort, he took 3/4, the other two divided it equally. Even so, the amount was not small. The two of them were very happy. After waiting for a moment, an old man wearing a fierce bronze ghost mask and holding an iron staff walked over. His body was stooped, he coughed twice, his voice was hoarse. "What do you want to trade for?" Xionghu excitedly said, "I want to trade for a weapon." The man with the bronze ghost mask opened the bag to take a look, he nodded with satisfaction. "The first room on the left, you can choose a middle-grade spirit-level weapon." The continent's equipment was divided into levels. Although the spirit weapon was the lowest level, it was still a level 1 refining material, it was refined by a refiner, it was supported by an array, its power was amazing, a normal weapon could not compare to 1/10 of a spirit weapon. After a while, Xionghu excitedly ran out, his hands were carrying a wheel-sized giant axe, it was jet black, its body was shining, it released a strong fluctuation. Ha, ha, ha. Several dozen corpse cores for a spirit weapon worth over 10,000 gold coins. This is too cool, with this weapon in my hand, my strength will at least double. The bronze-masked old man's eyes flashed a trace of disdain. A small country rogue cultivator, he had never seen the world. A mediocre spirit weapon, the great Ju country's streets were full of them. Chu Tian asked Cai Dai, "What do you want to trade for?" Cai Dai revealed a trace of confusion. Her autumn water sword was a high-grade spirit weapon, she didn't lack cultivation techniques, she didn't know what to trade for. Finally she said, "I'll trade for a pill." The bronze-masked old man lightly said, "The second room on the right, choose for yourself." Cai Dai came out after a while, her hands were holding a porcelain bottle, her face was filled with joy as she said, "There's actually a beauty pill here." This treasure can't even be bought in Central State City. The beauty pill had no effect on one's cultivation. This was a pure beauty pill. Seong, who was stunned on the spot, risking your life to kill the yin corpses, in the end you trade for a beauty pill. Cai Dai's face turned red as she said, so what? To a woman, appearance is very important. Chu Tian was also a bit speechless. But he wasn't surprised at all. Cai Dai's identity was a mystery. Not only did she know how to disguise herself, she also had a high-grade spirit weapon. She didn't seem to lack money or cultivation techniques. Could it be that she was the daughter of a large family, looking for excitement? She secretly ran out to play an adventure game? Although it was hard to understand, it wasn't impossible. This kind of person's thoughts were different from normal people. Chu Tian gave the corpse core to the old man. I want to trade for materials. The bronze-masked old man opened the bag to take a look. His eyes flashed a few times. He took out a pill from inside, carefully looking at it. It was the one he had obtained from the 100-year-old corpse. The quality isn't bad. Come with me. The bronze-masked old man personally brought Chu Tian. They walked into the first room on the right. There were a total of 500-600 crystal jars, neatly placed inside. Each jar had an array engraved on it, preventing the aura of the elixirs from leaking out. Inside the jars were elixirs, glowing, very tempting. Chu Tian was shocked, because in the room, there were elixirs that had been growing for hundreds of years. There were even some that were close to 1,000 years old. Normal herbs that had been growing for 1,000 years would become top-quality medicines. In the era that Chu Tian lived in, the continent's population was 100 times that of now. In the developed area of the continent, it was hard to find a 1,000-year-old elixir. An ordinary Great Jew country caravan, running to a small country to do business, there were several hundred of them. How could he not be shocked? It could only be said, in this era, the treasures were not worth much. Chu Tian's eyes were attracted to the several jars in the center of the table. This was clearly the entire room, the most valuable elixirs. There were 3 purple fruits, the size of a fist, shaped like a baby, faintly letting out a cry. It was very different from the others. Chu Tian's body trembled. It's the infant soul fruit. Yi. The bronze-masked old man was a little surprised. In a small country like yours, there are people that can recognize this material. Chu Tian was a little excited. Even if he didn't buy anything, just a single infant soul fruit, coming to the black market was not a waste. This thing was a great help to Chu Tian. Although Chu Tian's performance was very careful, but in fact Chu Tian was a little weak, because after these days of cultivation, Chu Tian found out that breaking through to the awakened soul realm was not as easy as he imagined, because this place was too lacking in resources. Chu Tian didn't have much time left. If he couldn't break through to the awakened soul realm, the consequences would be unimaginable. With the appearance of this item, it had solved his urgent problem. Actually, not only did equipment have levels, materials also had strict levels and quality levels. Levels were usually determined by their own species. The quality of the material was not only affected by the quality, but also by the age of the material. From low to high, there were herbs, elixirs, sacred herbs, immortal herbs, and godly herbs. A normal herb would become an elixir after a few hundred to 1,000 years. If it grew for over 10,000 years, a normal herb could become a sacred herb. As for immortal herbs and godly herbs, it was greatly affected by the species. If it was a normal herb, it would not be able to evolve to this level no matter how many years it took. No matter how the herb evolved, how its quality increased, its level would not change, unless the herb evolved and became a completely different kind of herb. The materials here were mostly level 1 elixirs. Only the infant soul fruit was a level 2 elixir. Even if they both grew for several hundred years, the value of a level 2 elixir was several times higher than a level 1 elixir. Level 1 elixirs were mostly used by body refinement cultivators. Level 2 elixirs were mostly used by awakened soul cultivators. Including this infant soul fruit, the value of these level 2 elixirs far exceeded any of the other herbs in the room. Chapter 66. Chu Tian's gaze stayed on the infant soul fruit for a long time. How could the bronze-masked old man not see what he was thinking? The infant soul fruit is the main ingredient for the awakened soul pill. The price of the awakened soul pill is extremely expensive. If someone at the peak of the 9th body refinement layer takes it, their chances of breaking through to the next realm will increase by around 30%. 30%? So low? That was because his alchemy skills were not good enough. With Chu Tian personally refining the awakened soul pill, he was confident that the success rate would increase by at least 80%. As long as he reached the peak of the 9th body refinement layer, with the help of this infant soul pill, he would be able to directly break through to the awakened soul realm and join the ranks of the strongest in the Central State County. It was such a great temptation. How could he not be tempted? Chu Tian knew his own limits. How precious was the infant soul fruit? How could the few corpse cores he collected in one day be exchanged for a level 2 spiritual medicine? If elixirs were that easy to exchange, awakened soul cultivators would have participated and the great Jew country's caravan would have already been sold. How could it be their turn? Chu Tian asked in a probing manner, what about the infant soul fruit? The infant soul fruit is one of the few items with the highest value among the materials brought out by the merchants this time. The bronze-masked old man took out a top-quality corpse core from his bag. It was the live ammunition that Chu Tian had obtained from killing the 100-year-old corpses. If you can collect 100 corpse cores of this quality, or a 1,000-year-old corpse monster corpse core, I can consider giving you 100 best-grade corpse cores? Or a 1,000-year-old corpse core? Wasn't this a joke? This was practically extortion. Not to mention the difficulty of killing 100-year-old yin corpses. Where would he find 20 of these yin corpses in such a short amount of time? As for the corpse core of the 1,000-year corpse demon, there was no need to even think about it. If a 1,000-year corpse demon appeared in the chill wind canyon, perhaps the entire black market would have already been finished. Even the nearby cities, and even the main cities, would be affected. Was the 1,000-year corpse demon so easy to deal with? Although a level 2 rare spirit herb was valuable, asking for a corpse demon's corpse core was a little too much. Chu Tian did not want to give up. Once he missed this opportunity, he might not have it again. I can't take out other corpse cores, but I can add 500,000 gold coins to buy an infant soul fruit. The bronze-masked old man coldly snorted. Chu Tian felt a chill in his heart. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped his body. The bronze-masked old man was clearly unhappy. A small country's low-class currency. Do you think our great Jew country's caravan will accept it? Don't waste my time. Choose quickly. As expected. Chu Tian's starting bid was 500,000 gold coins. If it was anyone else, they would be shocked. Level 2 elixirs were very precious. 500,000 gold coins was definitely enough, but this bronze-masked old man from the great Jew country was not interested at all. Instead, he was a bit impatient. Helpless. The bronze-masked old man's cultivation was not much weaker than Nangong Yi's. Chu Tian couldn't force him to buy or sell, right? If he accidentally angered him, he wouldn't have a good ending. Then, let's exchange it for a source spirit fruit. The bronze-masked old man's figure flashed. Chu Tian didn't even see it clearly. The crystal jar fell into his palm. A hoarse voice sounded in his ear. You can leave now. Chu Tian reluctantly looked at the dozens of materials on the table. Other than the precious infant soul fruit, the other materials were also very precious. They were all over 1,000 years old. Chu Tian gave a soft sigh. He left in a depressed manner. Cai Dai saw Chu Tian walk out. You want to exchange it for a source spirit fruit? Chu Tian was curious. What? You recognize this material? Cai Dai casually said, I've eaten a lot of them, but they don't taste good at all. The source spirit fruit was an elixir that could directly increase one's cultivation. If it appeared in the Central State Auction House, it could be sold for at least 30 to 50,000 gold coins. How could Cai Dai eat it as a snack? Even if the source spirit fruit was not used as medicine, directly eating it would still increase one's cultivation. Cai Dai's cultivation was not high. Why was that? Chu Tian secretly opened his mind's eye, looking at Cai Dai. Cai Dai's body indeed had a large amount of spiritual energy. It was clear she had eaten large amounts of heaven and earth treasures since she was young. It was reasonable to say that her cultivation should not be like this. Chu Tian carefully observed. He immediately found the problem. Cai Dai had a natural defect. Her meridians were blocked, her acupuncture points were blocked. She could not absorb spiritual energy. A person with this kind of physique, it was reasonable to say that it was not worth raising, because the resources spent on CAI dye, it was enough to raise several awakened soul cultivators. Even so, CAI dye still obtained a large amount of resources, forcibly raising her cultivation to the 9th body refinement layer. This was enough to show that her family was very strong. CAI dye was also deeply doted on by her father. Her background was not simple. CAI dye's face turned red. "What are you staring at me for? Is there something strange on my face?" "Nothing, nothing." Chu Tian did not have any interest in digging up CAI dye's identity. "I plan on using the source spirit fruit to refine pills. I'm currently lacking a few supplementary materials. The black market does not seem to accept gold coins. I plan on exchanging them for source stones. Do you know where I can exchange them?" Gold coins were a low-level currency used in small countries. Source stones were a kind of source energy crystal, widely used in cultivation, weapon refining, and alchemy. It was recognized as a hard currency by most places on the continent. The price of source stones is very expensive. The exchange rate of low-grade source stones to gold coins is around 10,000. 1. The source stone merchants in the black market are very black-hearted. They even raise the price of source stones by several times. Exchanging for source stones here is too much of a loss. Chu Tian knit his brows. "But this place only accepts source stones." "No need to worry. I'll lend you 10 low-grade source stones first." CAI dye dug into her pocket, taking out a sparkling crystal stone. "Take it." 10 low-grade source stones was equivalent to 100,000 gold coins or even more. This prodigal woman did not even blink, giving it away. Chu Tian asked with a strange expression, "You're so straightforward, aren't you afraid I won't pay you back?" CAI dye gave a free and easy smile. "You're not that kind of person. Moreover, you saved my life, so what if I give you some source stones? You don't need to be polite, just take it." Chu Tian found that he could not see through this woman more and more. "You clearly don't lack anything. Why did you come to a dangerous place like the Yin Corpse Valley?" CAI dye's brows knit together, revealing a melancholy expression. She only sighed, but did not answer. CAI dye did not seem to be a rich family's young miss looking for excitement. She left her family and ran here. Most likely she had some difficulties. She did not want to say it. Chu Tian was also too lazy to ask. "I never like to take advantage of people." Chu Tian took out 10 crystal cards. "Each one here has 10,000 gold coins. Take it." "Aya, I really couldn't see it." CAI dye curiously looked at the seemingly ordinary youth in front of her. "You're also deeply hidden." 100,000 gold coins was not a small number. A person that could easily take out this much money, he must not be a simple person. Chu Tian received the source stones. It was much easier to buy things. In the shortest time he could buy all the materials he needed, spending a total of 3 low-grade source stones. The things in the black market, although the price was high, the quality was not bad. Chu Tian rented a room. First, he arranged a simple array in the room to prevent his aura from leaking out while he was in seclusion. Then, he set up the pill furnace and used the source spirit fruit as the main ingredient to refine a source spirit pill. The source spirit pill was a very strong pill. It was enough to make a breakthrough to the peak 8th body refinement layer. The moment Chu Tian swallowed the source spirit pill, his spirit energy surged out, instantly covering his whole body. He felt like he was thrown into a furnace. The white spirit energy flowed around his body. It was like a white flame was burning. When Chu Tian absorbed the source spirit pill, he could clearly feel that his strength had greatly increased, very easily stepping into the 9th body refinement layer, the same as CAI dye, Xiong Hu, and the others. At this time, from the depths of his soul, he suddenly felt a throbbing. This feeling was very subtle, like a breath, like a pulse, like a new life, was being born in the placenta of his soul, finally gradually awakening. What's going on? Isn't the birth of a source spirit at the peak 9th body refinement layer? Why do I have this kind of feeling when I just stepped into the 9th body refinement layer? This kind of feeling was very strange, like an ancient power, calling out to him. Chu Tian was not unfamiliar with it. His source spirit was about to be born. At this time, an intense pain erupted from the depths of his soul. Like a volcano that had been gestating for thousands of years suddenly erupting. The soul was like a mother's placenta. The source spirit was the fetus that was being bred. The birth of a source spirit was like the birth of a fetus. It was extremely painful. If one didn't personally experience it, there would be no words to describe it. This kind of pain surpassed any senses. It was a kind of soul-breaking pain. Fuck. Why is it so painful? Father's previous life wasn't like this. Chu Tian clenched his teeth. His forehead was already covered in sweat. The birth of a source spirit. Unexpectedly it was so difficult. It was simply like a mother's dystocia. Once the birth of a source spirit failed, the opportunity to break through would be lost. Even if there was a second breakthrough in the future, the potential of the source spirit would be greatly reduced. He had to endure it. If he couldn't even endure this little bit of suffering, then how could he talk about pursuing his dreams? How could he talk about achieving his ambitions? Breaking through the barrier of life, the difficulty would be thousands of times more difficult than this. There was no reason for Chu Tian to fall here. Release. Erupt. Be born. Chu Tian gave a low roar. A large amount of ancient runes appeared around his body. It was like an ancient demon god imprint. It was filled with an ancient and powerful aura. A surging aura condensed in his body. Countless runes also gathered together. This aura was already unstoppable. That incomparably terrifying aura mightily surged out, spreading out for thousands of miles. In an instant, rays of light shot out. Above Chu Tian's body, two vague illusions appeared. One of them was the vague image of a demon god, the other was a pitch-black ancient demon sword. The moment Chu Tian's source spirit was born, the entire world underwent a shocking change. The entire southern Xia, even the entire continent, was shocked by this inconceivable aura. Chapter 67. Dark clouds covered the Yin Corpse Canyon, wild winds blew, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. A chilling killing intent filled the entire world, as if an ancient spiritual god was about to descend. Hong, hong, hong. The earth violently shook. The entire black market was covered in a strong pressure. The bronze-masked old man in the small courtyard looked up at the sky, his face filled with shock as he shouted, "What is going on?" Southern Xia is a trivial small country. This strength is. In the center of the camp, a gray-haired middle-aged man carrying a sword on his back opened his eyes in surprise. This ancient aura is. Could it be that some old monster from the Yin Corpse tomb has awakened? No. Impossible. Even if it's those old monsters, they can't release such a strong aura. Lightning filled the sky. The earthquakes continued. The mountain peaks on both sides of the canyon were constantly being shaken. Countless boulders fell down. Countless wandering Yin corpses, as if they had met their mortal enemy, they all fell to the ground, shivering in fear. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Yin corpses did not have any intelligence. They were monsters that relied purely on instinct. Just what kind of existence could make the Yin corpses act like this? This was just the beginning. That vast divine might suddenly soared into the sky, as if it wanted to pierce through the heavens, into the endless starry sky. Imperial City. A man wearing a yellow robe opened his eyes, looking in the direction of the central state county. There is a phenomenon in the sky, something incredible has appeared. A certain sect. An old man that was in seclusion suddenly trembled, a trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. This ancient pressure. Just what is it? Inside an ancient palace. A purple-robed figure like a demon god was floating in the air. His body was surrounded by 9 majestic golden dragons. When he felt this pressure, his face twisted, as if he could not resist it. No, this is not right. This power should not appear in this time and space. Just what kind of monster is this? Southern continent, elven forest. A beautiful elven king looked up at the sky. His eyes were as bright as the sun and moon. In the human territory, the human race is flourishing. It seems like another terrifying person will appear. In the endless void, a giant ship made of bones was slowly moving forward. This giant ship was incomparably large. It was comparable to a kingdom. Countless powerful beings were prostrating on the ground, worshipping a monarch who stood in the shadows. Suddenly, the Shadow King opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through time and space, grasping the entire world within. This inheritance seems to have appeared too early. Fate has already been disturbed. The moment his source spirit was born, the whole world was shaken. In just a few minutes, the phenomenon disappeared without a trace. Chu Tian had no idea how big of a sensation he had brought to the world. When everything was over, he lay on the floor, soaked in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. It's actually dual source spirits. Chu Tian awakened two source spirits this time. The first source spirit looked very strange. From the outline, it was a pitch-black humanoid shape that released an ancient and mysterious aura. It was his source spirit. Although he had transmigrated, his soul remained intact. Chu Tian still had the power of his previous life source spirit. That was great. What Chu Tian never thought was that other than his source spirit awakening, he would also obtain a supplementary source spirit. It looked like a blurry treasure sword. This sword was pitch black and there were faint profound runes on it. It was probably because of the main source spirit's influence. This supplementary source spirit also had an ancient aura to it. It was like the great ancient era, when chaos began, the heaven and earth gave birth to a demon god's sword. Demon god's sword. I'll call this source spirit this name. It wasn't that there weren't people with dual source spirits on the continent, but they were very, very rare. Chu Tian had coincidentally obtained this body. Under the control of a single consciousness, it had two souls, so it gave birth to two source spirits. Central State's Chu family was famous for their sword spirits. Chu Tian's body came from the Chu family, so he had the bloodline of the Chu family. It wasn't strange for his second source spirit to be a sword. Only, this sword spirit had been affected by the main source spirit and its nature had greatly changed. The quality of the source spirit surpassed that of any member of the Chu family. It was comparable to Nangong Yun's god-level fire phoenix source spirit. A supplementary source spirit was already this strong. How strong would the main source spirit be? Chu Tian had relied on his blessed source spirit in the past, so in a short period of time, he had become the youngest great sage on the continent. But because the main source spirit was too shocking, in order to not cause trouble, the main source spirit had to be hidden as much as possible. Now that he had a second source spirit to support him, as long as Chu Tian didn't deliberately use it, no one would be able to see what his source spirit was. A sword spirit couldn't avoid the path of a sword cultivator. Chu Tian needed to find a good sword and also needed a good sword art. A sword was easy to find, but a sword art was hard. Chu Tian didn't use a sword before, so he wasn't interested in cultivation techniques. So he couldn't bring back a suitable cultivation technique from the future, he could only slowly search for it in this era. After a full day of rest, his strength had recovered a bit. Something bad has happened. Cai Dai anxiously rushed in. Quickly run. What happened? Cai Dai explained. Bai Zimo's body was found by his brother and Xiong, who was taken away. If you don't run now, it'll be too late. Chu Tian was stunned. What will you guys do? Cai Dai shook her head and said, I'm fine, there are many people in the camp, if I bring out my family, they won't dare make a move against me in front of everyone. Quickly run. I'll think of a way to save Xiong Hu. He was killed by me, he should find me for revenge, don't implicate Xiong Hu and you. You're crazy. Bai Zilong is only at the first awakened soul layer. This was a bit troublesome, but with his current strength, he didn't need to fear him. I'll go take a look. Chu Tian ignored Cai Dai's obstruction and went to the center of the black market. A tall and sturdy man was hung up, his hands and feet were broken, his body was covered in blood, looking miserable. Xiong Hu's eyes widened as he angrily roared, he was killed by me, by Zimo that villain, so what if father killed him? Pa. A whip lashed out. A piece of Xiong Hu's flesh was ripped off. A 30-year-old youth coldly said, do you think I'm an idiot? With your trash strength, you think you can kill Bai Zimo? This is simply a joke. Just who did it? Quickly say it. Otherwise I'll cripple your cultivation. Cripple his cultivation? Everyone's face changed. For cultivators, cultivation was simply the root of their lives. If their cultivation was crippled, then there was no meaning in living. Xiong Hu secretly thought that he would not be able to escape today. He gritted his teeth and said, I will take responsibility for my own actions, it was done by me. Good. You're just being stubborn. When Bai Zilong was about to send out a palm. Stop. A normal-looking youth walked out. Xiong Hu's face changed. You. Who are you? I don't know you. Even if father dies, I will still be a man of indomitable spirit, Stop making fun of father. Quickly scram. Scram. Bai Zilong was not stupid, he coldly stared at Chu Tian. Who are you? Chu Tian did not waste any words. Bai Zimo was killed by me. Bai Zilong's face changed. What? You killed him. That's right. It was me. Chu Tian laughed and said, killed with one slash, like slaughtering a pig or a dog. Killed with one slash, like slaughtering a pig or a dog. What kind of disdain and insult was this? Once these words were said, Bai Zilong's face turned red. With a clear eagle cry, the white eagle source spirit appeared, directly sending out 2 white chi blades, seeking death. Chu Tian's entire body was covered in starlight. Peng, peng. Chu Tian was knocked back a few steps, his brows knit together as he rubbed his chest. Looking at the blood on his palm, he shook his head and said, it hurts a lot. My defense isn't strong enough. Everyone had an expression like they had seen a ghost. Fuck, this isn't considered strong. Bai Zilong is an awakened soul cultivator. You're at most in the 9th body refinement layer, taking 2 attacks from an awakened soul cultivator and you're not heavily injured. What else do you want? Bai Zilong grinned. Good, good, good. You really have the ability to kill my little brother. Xiong Hu and Cai Dai were both shocked. How did Chu Tian's strength become this strong? Bai Zilong's 2 attacks were much stronger than the 100-year Yin Corpse. He was a genuine awakened soul cultivator. I've been looking for you everywhere. Bai Zilong's voice was cold to the bone. I never thought that you would take the initiative to deliver yourself to me. If I don't cut you into 1,000 pieces today, I won't be able to resolve the hatred in my heart. There have been many people who have said similar things recently. I'm still alive today. Chu Tian's face was filled with disdain as he said, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Die. Bai Zilong soared into the air, just like an eagle, with a terrifying momentum. He suddenly swooped down, his hands turned into giant eagle claws. With a terrifying momentum he charged at Chu Tian. Mind's eye. Glass body. Chu Tian directly displayed his strongest battle state. I'll break your arms first. Bai Zilong's claws heavily fell on Chu Tian's shoulders. The starlight condensed white glass armor, instantly shattered like fragile glass. It had to be said. Bai Zilong was really strong. Chu Tian's strength had increased by a layer and his spirit energy had increased by several folds. The starlight immortal body's defensive power had also increased by several folds. There was no method under the awakened soul realm that could break through Chu Tian's defense. He never thought that it would be easily torn apart by Bai Zilong. The awakened soul realm was really strong. Scram. With the help of his mind's eye, Chu Tian grasped the weakness of Bai Zilong's protective spirit energy. The moment his right fist punched out, Chu Tian released the power of his source spirit. A black sword image came out from his fist, fiercely stabbing into Bai Zilong's body, coming out from his back. Poochie. Blood sprayed out. Bai Zilong was pierced on the spot. Chu Tian sent Bai Zilong flying with a kick. Bai Zilong revealed a look of disbelief, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, spitting out pieces of his organs. Finally he powerlessly fell to the ground, dead. One move to kill an awakened soul realm cultivator. Chu Tian did not have it easy. Both of his shoulders had deep wounds. He only used one move on the surface, but it was actually his strongest move. It was also based on Bai Zilong underestimating him. If he did not kill Bai Zilong in one move, Chu Tian would have faced the danger of being defeated. Bai Zilong was a genius. Perhaps he was stronger than a normal first awakened soul layer cultivator. Cai Dai's bright eyes turned round. She couldn't help covering her mouth. She had already guessed that Chu Tian was strong, but she never thought that he would be able to kill an awakened soul cultivator. Bai Zilong was killed like this. The surrounding black market staff were all shocked. Bai Zilong had been in the black market for a while. He was still a character. He unexpectedly died like this. Chu Tian searched the body. He found 3 low-grade source stones, several gold coin cards, and a strange jade token. There were several complex origin energy arrays embedded in this token, and there was a faint fluctuation of restriction coming from them. What is this? Chu Tian did not think too much about it. He casually put it into his chest. Xiong Hu's injuries were too heavy. He had already fainted. Chu Tian quickly said to Cai Dai, quickly save him. The 2 of them carried Xiong Hu into the room. Chu Tian carefully examined Xiong Hu's body. Xionghu's bones and meridians were all heavily injured. His injuries were very serious. If it was not treated properly, there would be serious repercussions. Bai Zilong was really ruthless. Chu Tian spent a few source stones. He bought some herbs for Xionghu, refining several medicines. This stabilized Xionghu's injuries. His life was temporarily not in danger. But because his injuries were too heavy, he still needed to rest for 10 days. At this time a strong aura came. A low voice came from outside the door. "Little friend, can you come out and talk?" Cai Dai felt this voice was very familiar. She remembered, it's the great Jew country's bronze-masked old man. What is he doing here? Chapter 68. The bronze-masked old man's cultivation was very deep. Even compared to Nangong Yi, it was not much worse. Chu Tian defeating Bai Zilong, there was a certain element of luck. If it was an awakened soul cultivator like the bronze-masked old man, he wouldn't even have a chance of winning. The bronze-masked old man came to visit for no reason. They had no choice but to be on guard. But thinking about it, the bronze-masked old man was very strong. If he really wanted to make a move against him, there wouldn't be many people in the black market camp that could stop him, so why bother with this nonsense? When the two of them opened the door, the bronze-masked old man was standing in the courtyard. His body was stooped, he held an iron staff in his hand. He looked ordinary, but he gave off an unfathomable feeling. The bronze-masked old man's eyes flashed with a bright light. 9th body refinement layer, but able to kill an awakened soul cultivator. This is an extremely rare case in the great Jew country. This old man was neglectful a few days ago. Please do not take it to heart. Senior, you're exaggerating. What can I do for you? I don't dare to teach you anything. I just feel that it's a pity for you to stay in southern Xia. Why don't you go to the Dazhou nation? I'll recommend you to join the Dazhou nation. With your talent, I'll definitely nurture you to the best of my abilities. Thank you for your kindness, senior. Chu Tian frowned and refused tactfully. But I have many worries in the secular world. If I leave rashly, it will affect my mental state and cause my cultivation to be obstructed. The bronze-masked old man was an external affairs elder. He was only responsible for traveling and managing the sect's business. These words were just a casual remark. There wasn't much sincerity. All right, everyone has their own ambitions. I won't force you. The bronze-masked old man's tone changed. After the polite words were said, he began to reveal his true purpose. But this old man wants to invite you to participate in an operation. I wonder if you are interested. What operation? 1,000 Corpses Ancient Tomb. Chu Tian had heard some related rumors when he arrived at the black market. There used to be a powerful sect here. They awakened the Yin corpses and formed a Yin corpse army, once ruling over an area. A few thousand years ago, the sect suffered a drastic change and suddenly collapsed. However, the place where the corpses were raised and refined was left behind. It was most likely the 10,000 Corpses Ancient Tomb. This old man isn't trying to harm me, right? It was an ancient tomb that had been sealed for thousands of years. Who knew what kind of terrifying existence was sleeping there? It wouldn't be strange if he encountered a 1,000-year corpse demon. The bronze-masked old man guessed Chu Tian's concerns. The 10,000 corpse tomb is a forbidden area of the ancient sects. In order to prevent the Yin corpses from rebelling, there is always an array suppressing it. No matter how old the Yin corpses are, as long as they are in the ancient tomb, their battle strength will be suppressed to below the awakened soul realm. You don't need to worry about meeting an existence you cannot defeat. Chu Tian was still a little suspicious. He was not a man who trusted others easily. After all, Chu Tian was not an ordinary young man. He knew very well that a person's heart was sinister, so he had to be on his guard. Cai Dai quietly said, I've heard that the ancient tomb's restrictions are very strong. Not only will the Yin corpses be suppressed, but all the cultivators that enter the ancient tomb will be suppressed. All of them will be suppressed to below the awakened soul realm. Therefore, in the ancient tomb, one can only display the strength of the body refinement realm. Really? This was getting interesting. Chu Tian stroked his chin, not in a hurry to make a decision. Under the restrictions of the ancient tomb, it was useless no matter how strong one was. As long as one entered the ancient tomb, one's combat strength would be suppressed to the body refinement realm. For a cultivator like Chu Tian who could jump ranks to fight, he could take advantage of the ancient tomb. Even if it was an awakened soul realm cultivator from the outside world, in the ancient tomb they could not use their source spirit. Most of them would not be able to defeat Chu Tian. Chu Tian asked, "What do you want me to do?" "Cooperation." The bronze-masked old man replied, "I want something from the ancient tomb. As long as you help me get this thing, you can ask for any conditions." Chu Tian asked, "What do you want?" The bronze-masked old man's eyes flashed, "A corpse king corpse core." Chu Tian sucked in a cold breath. A corpse king needed at least several thousand years to form. If a corpse king was released to the outside world, it was enough to sweep away any awakened soul cultivator. The bronze-masked old man had a big tone. He actually wanted to enter the ancient tomb to kill a corpse king. The bronze-masked old man said, "Even if it is a corpse king, sealed in the ancient tomb, its strength is suppressed to the awakened soul realm. However, the corpse king's background is deep. Even if it is sealed, it is not easy to deal with. Your strength is enough to deal with an awakened soul realm cultivator. The people I brought are all geniuses that can jump ranks to fight. If we work together, I think it should be enough." Chu Tian began to weigh the risks. The corpse king was not easy to deal with. This level of monster, it already had intelligence, it could cultivate an evil cultivation technique. Even if it was sealed, Chu Tian did not have the confidence to win. "How can I trust you? I am a cultivator, I am also a merchant. This is not my first time coming to southern Xia, it will not be my last." The bronze-masked old man said with a serious face, "My reputation has been built up over many years, I do not need to lie to you." Reputation? Pay. If father believed in a thing like reputation, it would be better to believe that the prostitutes in the brothel were all virgins. The bronze-masked old man saw Chu Tian hesitate. He immediately increased his bargaining chip. "Whether it is done or not, I can give you an infant soul fruit." The infant soul fruit was something he urgently needed. The bronze-masked old man's condition, Chu Tian could not help but be moved. "One infant soul fruit is not enough, I want all three." "All right." Chu Tian continued to say to the bronze-masked old man, "Everything in the ancient tomb, I want to take half." The bronze-masked old man's eyes changed. "Don't you think you're taking too much?" Chu Tian lightly said, "Capable people do more work, it's a matter of heaven and earth. I don't think that under the awakened soul realm, you can beat me." Such a bold brat. How many years has it been since someone dared speak to me like this? Although Chu Tian wanted a lot, the more it was like this, the more the bronze-masked old man could feel Chu Tian's confidence. Now the sect master urgently needed the corpse king corpse core to break through his bottleneck. If he could obtain the corpse king corpse core this time, it would undoubtedly be a great contribution to the sect. Other harvests. It was not that important. The bronze-masked old man thought about it for a few minutes before giving his reply. "All right, we'll split the spoils in half." The bronze-masked old man's background was unknown. But Chu Tian did not want to miss a good opportunity. The bronze-masked old man took out a token from his chest. "You've already obtained Bai Zilong's ancient tomb token, I have another token. This time, you can bring one more person, you can choose for yourself. I don't know anyone here, I'll give this token to you." Chu Tian gave the token to Cai Dai. "That place is very dangerous, you have to think about it yourself." "I'll go." "Of course I'll go." Cai Dai never thought she would have the chance to go on an adventure. She was a person with an adventurous spirit, she didn't even think about it before agreeing. Chu Tian chose an average strength companion. The bronze-masked old man couldn't help feeling disappointed, but he didn't say anything. After all the token was given to Chu Tian, he could bring whoever he wanted. Yesterday the heaven and earth phenomenon shook the canyon seal. This caused the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb to open ahead of time. This matter cannot be delayed, we need to prepare a bit and then immediately set off, to avoid others beating us to it. Good. The 10,000 corpse ancient tomb had an unknown amount of history. The ancient sect was destroyed several thousand years ago. The ancient tomb had at least several thousand years of history. This was a forbidden area of the sect. Most likely there were many treasures buried here. Chu Tian was not a person who was afraid of challenges, not to mention this kind of high-reward adventure. Because the ancient tomb opened ahead of time, there was no time to prepare. Chu Tian and Cai Dai took care of the seriously injured Xiong Hu. They immediately went to meet up with the bronze-masked old man. The bronze-masked old man brought two subordinates. The two of them were very tall, wearing tight robes. They also wore masks. One of them had a flame mask, the other had an ice mask. This is called flame ghost. This is called ice demon. The two of them are twin brothers. They are the juniors that the sect is focusing on. This time they came out to temper themselves. The bronze-masked old man introduced the two of them. Chu Tian could feel that the two of them had strong auras. They were both first awakened soul layer cultivators. Their battle strength should be similar to Bai Zilong's. Although he couldn't see their appearances with their masks, they didn't seem too old, truly worthy of being a great Jew country sect. The two juniors were both awakened soul cultivators. The Flame Ghost brothers didn't seem to like talking, they just lightly looked at Chu Tian. Although Chu Tian's cultivation base wasn't high, but the matter of him killing Bai Zilong, the two of them had heard of him, so they didn't dare look down on him. Let's go. The five of them left the camp. On the way, they met countless yin corpses. There were several hundred-year-old corpses, but with a super expert like the bronze-masked old man, as well as Flame Ghost and Ice Demon, these yin corpses weren't a threat at all. They were taken care of in 2-3 moves. The five of them arrived at the ruins of the ancient sect. This is where the sect used to be. Cai Dai was very curious as she looked around, truly spectacular. Before this sect was destroyed, it must have been very strong. A deep depression, yin qi filled the air. It was incomparably oppressive. The ground was filled with broken walls. There were several 100-meter-tall cliffs on the left and right. There were giant caves, densely packed. There were several thousand of them. They were spread out over several dozen miles. Every cave had a hideous demon statue. Several thousand cave statues. Not a single one was the same. Each statue was 100 meters tall. They looked majestic and evil, making people feel oppressed. A giant palace silently stood in the depths of the ruins. Half of the palace was outside, the other half was buried in the mountain. It was surrounded by an evil fog, filled with an evil and death aura. Su. 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 Countless cultivators rushed over, jumping into the palace. This was obviously the entrance to the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb. The bronze-masked old man brought the four of them into the palace. The main hall was very spacious. In the center there was a 100-meter-tall demon statue. The demon statue looked very fierce. Not only was it ugly, it also had 8 arms. Around 100 cultivators had arrived. They were scattered around the statue, sitting on the pillars, silently waiting for the ancient tomb to open. The bronze-masked old man brought Chu Tian's group. They also jumped onto a jade pillar, sitting down to rest. A strong bald man sneered, "Isn't this the bronze-masked old man? Our southern Shia ruins, the great Jew country wants a piece of the pie." A middle-aged man stood up with an unkind expression. This person was also a person from the black market. He had been alarmed by Chu Tian's strange phenomenon. Giant spirit scholar Yang Kuan, Yin Wind swordsman Wan Wui. The bronze-masked old man's eyes swept over the two of them. His eyes flashed a trace of fear. Heaven and earth's treasures. Only those with ability can have them. You can come, why can't I? Cai Dai's face couldn't help changing. Yang Kuan, Wan Wui? Chu Tian curiously asked, "You know them?" Cai Dai slightly nodded. These two are Central State's most famous rogue cultivators. Their strength is very profound. My father wanted to recruit them as retainers, but he didn't succeed. Chu Tian's sword-like eyebrows slightly jumped. He wasn't shocked by their strength. The giant spirit scholar, the Yin Wind swordsman, these two were obviously not good people. Cai Dai's father actually dared to recruit them as retainers? What kind of sacred being was her father? The bald giant Yang Kuan laughed and said, "Good, only those with ability can have them. It's said that the ancient tomb has a corpse soldier that has been refined. Whoever obtains the corpse soldier will be able to run amok." "I, Yang Kuan, want it," the middle-aged man coldly said. "Corpse soldier? Not interested. I want the Netherworld sword. Whoever dares steal it from me, I'll take their life." Ha, ha, ha. A burst of clear laughter came from outside. That voice was far and near. It was obviously a person with a high cultivation base. "The ancient tomb hasn't even opened yet you're already dividing the treasures. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" This was clearly a woman. Although her voice was very pleasant to hear, it was a bit sharp. Moreover, her tone was very arrogant. It was not something a woman should have. The Yin Wind swordsman angrily said, "Who is it?" Countless flashes of lightning like tens of thousands of snakes, suddenly jumped into the main hall. Everyone was scared out of their wits. Countless flashes of lightning condensed in the middle of the main hall, gradually turning into a purple figure. This was a purple-robed woman, around 20 years old, wearing a purple veil, her skin sparkling like jade, different from Cai Dai's lightness, different from Nangongyun's fiery straightforwardness, not like Meng Qingwu's dignified nobility, not like Meng Yingying's naive cuteness. This was a kind of untamed rebellion, like recklessly galloping lightning, unrestrained, unfathomable, willful, strong and overbearing. Isn't this one of the Central State 4 young masters, the Purple Lightning young master Yun Yarrow? Oh, damn, how come she's here? The competition is getting more and more intense. Cai Dai explained in a low voice, the Central State 4 young masters are the most shocking geniuses of the younger generation. The Heavenly Sword young master Chu Xinghe is ranked first, the Purple Lightning young master Yun Yarrow is at the bottom. She is the only female among the 4 young masters. But Yun Yarrow is also very strong. She has an extremely rare thunder source spirit. She can control thunder and lightning. She has a very terrifying destructive power. Wn Wui knit his brows and said, "You're not staying in Central State City. What are you doing here?" Yun Yarrow disdainfully looked at him. "Even the scoundrels can come, why can't I?" Wn Wui flew into a rage. "What did you say?" Yun Yarrow's body was covered in lightning. "What, you're not convinced? How about we compete?" The Central State 4 young masters were no small matter. Each one of them were shocking geniuses. Since they were young, they had been trained by their families. Jumping levels to challenge them was as simple as drinking water. Wn Wui was very angry, but he did not make a move. "Humph, I came to the ancient tomb to search for treasures. I won't bother with a junior like you." Yun Yarrow gave a disdainful snort. "No guts." Wn Wui's face sank. He pretended not to hear. At this time, Yun Yarrow suddenly walked over, looking at Chu Tian and the others sitting on the pillar. "Your positions are mine." Scram. Chu Tian clenched his fists. This woman was going too far. Nangongyun's temper was not good. Nangongyun at least valued loyalty and reason, but this woman only did things her own way. It seemed like she did not put anyone in her eyes. "Since the Purple Lightning young master likes to sit here, we'll give it to her." The bronze-masked old man did not want to fight with this person. It was not that he was afraid of her. After all, this was Southern Xia. The Yun family still had some strength. Flame Ghost, Ice Demon, and the bronze-masked old man all retreated. Yun Yarrow saw that Chu Tian did not move. Her body immediately flashed with lightning. "You still haven't left. Do you want me to send you off?" Cai Dai was also very afraid of Yun Yarrow. She pulled Chu Tian and said in his ear, "A hero doesn't fight when the odds are against him. Let's go." Yun Yarrow's cultivation base was at least triple awakened soul. Chu Tian could not beat her. Cai Dai was right. Don't fight when the odds are against him. There would always be a chance to get back at him. The bronze-masked old man's group moved out of the way. Yun Yarrow casually sat on the pillar. She deliberately looked at Chu Tian with a provocative gaze. She arrogantly said, "You stinky men, all of you are spineless. With just this little bit of courage, you dare compete with me for the ancient tomb's treasures? You haven't even grown your hair yet you dare try your luck. You might as well go back and drink your milk." The bronze-masked old man's eyes became very dignified. He had thought that by recruiting a genius like Chu Tian, this treasure hunting trip would be 90% in the bag. But now it seemed like it wouldn't be that easy. The giant spirit scholar, the Yin Wind swordsman, the bronze-masked old man, and the Purple Lightning young master, these 4 were all extremely powerful characters. Who knew if there were any other powerful characters hidden in the crowd? The difficulty of this treasure hunt would not be low. Chu Tian looked at the Purple Lightning young master with a depressed expression. "You arrogant little girl, you dare to bully your brother Tian. Just you wait, don't let me see you in the ancient tomb, otherwise I'll teach you a lesson." Chapter 69. The giant spirit scholar, the Yin Wind swordsman, the bronze-masked old man, and the Purple Lightning young master, they were all extremely powerful characters. The cultivators that came to explore the ruins all had a bit of confidence in themselves. Therefore, after entering the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb, not only did they have to face the ancient tomb's restrictions, traps, and monsters, they also had to guard against cultivators plotting against each other. The 10,000 corpse ancient tomb was a dangerous environment. No one could predict what would happen inside. The difficulty of this treasure hunt would not be low. Cai Dai followed by Chu Tian's side. She comforted him in a low voice. Lu Ren, don't be angry. Yun Yaro is not an ordinary person. Her background is very big. You can't afford to offend her. Chu Tian had a relaxed smile on his face. He didn't seem to care about what just happened. No need to worry. My mind is very clear. I know what I should do. Cai Dai felt relieved hearing this. Although she hadn't known this young man for a long time, Cai Dai could feel his style. This person was wild to the bone, so she was afraid he would do something stupid. Yun Yaro was born in the Central State Yun family. The Central State four great families, Chu, Luo, Yi, and Yun, none of them were good people. Going against the Purple Lightning young master for a small matter, it was too irrational. Even if he wasn't killed by Yun Yaro, offending this large family, he wouldn't have a good life in the future. Cai Dai didn't think that. Chu Tian was not afraid of trouble. He had already offended 3 of the 4 great families. 1 more Yun family didn't matter, 1 less Yun family didn't matter. Around 2 hours later, the main hall began to shake. The 8-armed demon statue in the middle of the main hall suddenly slowly opened its eyes. A vast and powerful aura soared into the sky. Everyone's spirits were roused. It was finally here. The 8-armed demon opens its eyes. The 10,000 corpse tomb opens. The bronze-masked old man had been waiting for this moment. He immediately stood up. Everyone, we'll work together to open the passage. As for the treasures in the ancient tomb, whoever has the ability can take it. What do you guys think? The Purple Lightning young master Yun Yaro snorted. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Several of the cultivators with the highest cultivation began to release their origin force at the same time. They only felt a weak vibration coming from the ground, and countless runes began to glow like snakes. Like a spiderweb, they crawled in all directions and gathered at the end of the hall. There was a 10-meter-tall beast head embedded in the wall of the main hall. The originally metallic beast head suddenly seemed to come to life. Its eyes emitted a red glow, and its huge mouth opened bit by bit. A bottomless purple tunnel appeared in the beast's mouth. An ancient death aura slowly spread out. The ancient tomb had been opened. All the cultivators cheered. The colossal spirit householder was the most anxious. He held the ancient tomb token in his hand and directly walked in. In an instant, he was swept up by the purple light and disappeared without a trace. The ancient tomb is open. Everyone, charge. Everyone walked into the light gate. The bronze-masked old man looked at Chu Tian and said, "This is the ancient tomb's transport portal. Once we enter this door, we will randomly appear in the first floor of the ancient tomb." Chu Tian frowned. Random teleportation? That's right, random transfer. The bronze-masked old man paused before continuing. The first floor of the ancient tomb is the Abyss of Death. Chu Tian asked, "What kind of place is the Abyss of Death?" "From the information we have, the Abyss of Death's astral winds are very strong. The longer you stay here, the easier it is to be attacked by the astral winds. You have to be careful, don't get blown into the abyss, otherwise you'll never come back. The Abyss of Death's difficulty is average, but there will often be temptations that are hard to resist. Remember, no matter how tempting it is, don't try to get it." Chu Tian remembered this. After you pass through the Abyss of Death, you will enter the second floor, the Wraith Palace. The Wraith Palace will be attacked by evil spirits. The level of danger is average, but the ancient tomb has been opened several times in recent years. Many weak cultivators have died inside. The souls of the cultivators that died did not scatter. After turning into wraith, they will be filled with resentment towards the cultivators that came to search for treasures, so the level of danger has increased. Cai Dai knit her brows. She was clearly worried. How do we deal with this floor? The bronze-masked old man said, "Don't be greedy for the treasures in the palace. Quickly pass through, don't stay. Remember, the longer you stay here, the easier it is to attract spirit. Pass through this floor as fast as possible." "What about the third floor?" "After we pass through the first 2 floors, we'll enter the true 10,000 corpse ancient tomb. We'll meet up on the third floor." Cai Dai excitedly said, "Then let's go in." "Wait a moment." Chu Tian untied the talisman bag. He took out half of the talismans from inside. These are light attributed level 1 talismans. you take care of them. At a critical moment they can be used to break the evil spirits, you take them with you just in case. Cai Dai revealed a grateful look. Thank you. Chu Tian slightly nodded. Although he was not familiar with Cai Dai, they were still companions, he should take care of her. Cai Dai's strength was not considered strong, but the ancient tomb had sealed their cultivation. Everyone was pulled back to below the awakened soul realm. The ghosts were not that strong. Cai Dai herself had a high-grade spirit weapon. Adding these level 1 talismans, her safety was guaranteed. Let's go. The two of them held the ancient tomb token as they walked through the light door. In an instant, the surroundings changed, the scenery and sounds all disappeared, the temperature dropped several degrees, their vision became pitch black. This was a pitch black and empty space. Deep and mysterious, empty and deathly still, it was enough to arouse humanity's most ancient fears. Chu Tian felt the soles of his feet were floating, like he was stepping on a small boat on the water, because Chu Tian was standing on a black stone slab. Below him was a bottomless abyss. Looking ahead, there were tens of thousands of stone slabs, all of different heights scattered in the air, forming a long floating road, straight to the end of his vision. An illusion array? Chu Tian closed his eyes and opened his mind's eye. The illusion array was too big, the mind's eye's range was limited, he couldn't find any flaws. Powerful, the perfect combination of reality and illusion. Among the designers of this 10,000 corpse ancient tomb, there was definitely a great array master. This is the legendary Death Abyss. Everyone be careful, don't fall into the abyss. If you accidentally fall, you will immediately be swallowed by the abyss. Your soul will be imprisoned in the ancient tomb, never to be reincarnated. Everyone had just adapted to the environment, preparing to move forward. In the endless void, a strong astral wind suddenly erupted. That astral wind contained a strong strength, even a cow would be blown away. Several youths could not react in time, they were blown into the air from the stone slabs. Ah! Save me! Save me! The youths waved their limbs, but they could not grab the stone slabs. Falling into the abyss, their pitiful cries stopped. Gone. A living person was gone like this, as if he had never existed. Everyone quickly used their spirit energy to protect their bodies, blocking the astral wind, avoiding being blown into the abyss. This place was too terrifying, one careless step and they would be consigned to eternal damnation. It made their hearts tremble, it seemed like they couldn't stay here for long. Chu Tian stepped on the floating stone slabs, slowly moving forward. Look. That's source energy crystal stones. So many source energy crystal stones. Several people shouted with faces of pleasant surprise, attracting everyone's attention. On both sides of the floating stone road, there were countless broken crystal stones floating in the air, shining with an alluring light. Source stones. They were all source stones. Several hundred to 1,000, this was enough to make an awakened soul cultivator go crazy. A low-grade source stone could be exchanged for at least 10,000 gold coins. This many source stones were equivalent to several 100 million gold coins. What kind of shocking wealth was this? Chu Tian felt his heart palpitate. But the bronze-masked old man had warned Chu Tian, there were many temptations in the abyss of death, most of them could not be obtained. If he rashly made a move, he would only die. Although the money was tempting, his life was more important. Chu Tian calmed his mind and began to move forward. At this time, a large man with a full beard excitedly shouted, "There are many treasures in front of us." Treasures? Chu Tian looked up. There was an ancient bronze mirror, it was being blown by the astral wind, the surface of the mirror was flashing with profound runes. One look and he could tell it was a very powerful treasure. The distance was less than 10 feet. It was hard for people to resist the urge to take the risk. There were more and more treasures appearing around them, cold glinting treasured swords, scarlet red treasured sabers, golden silk armors. There were too many treasures here. Were they left behind by treasure hunters, or did they originally exist in the ancient tomb? In short, they were all spirit-grade equipment, not a single one was common, it made people's blood boil. Chu Tian was not affected, although the treasures were tempting, he had to be alive to take them. These treasures were all spirit-grade items, even if their value was high, it was still very limited, it was not worth the risk. The astral wind on both sides was too strong. If he was sucked in, he would be instantly blown away. Chu Tian continued to move forward. The surrounding treasures were even more tempting. A cultivator shouted with red eyes, "Pure yin grass. There's actually pure yin grass." There were some fragments in the air. The large ones were several meters in diameter, the small ones were like floating stones. All kinds of heaven and earth treasures were growing on them. Pure yin grass was a very precious treasure. When the cultivator saw a small island fragment, there were several dozen pure yin grass growing on it. Moreover, the island fragment was only 10 feet away. He almost went crazy with excitement. With the help of the pure yin grass, I can refine the extreme yin sword qi. At that time, within the same level, who can stop me? This is mine, no one can steal it from me. The cultivator roared, white spirit energy surged out from his body. He suddenly jumping towards the island full of pure yin grass. 10 feet, 9 feet, 8 feet. The spirit energy on the cultivator's body quickly dissipated. This was because the further he was from the stone road, the stronger the astral wind was. With his peak 9th body refinement layer cultivation, how could he resist such strong astral wind? When he was about 5 feet away, the cultivator's protective spirit energy was like a candle in the wind, finally completely extinguished. No. No. The cultivator screamed in fear. He wanted to turn back, but it was simply an extravagant hope. The strong astral wind wrapped around his body, blowing him away, leaving behind only a mournful cry of despair in the darkness. This cultivator's miserable state poured a bucket of cold water on the others. Difficult. Too difficult. There were countless treasures, wanting to obtain them. Was it easier said than done? Chu Tian's eyes flashed. He had the mind's eye. He could observe the changes in the astral wind. The astral wind had a certain pattern. At a certain time it would be at its strongest, but at a certain moment it would weaken. If he made a move when the astral wind weakened, would he have a chance? Everyone continued walking. There were several tragedies. Cultivators tried to obtain treasures, but were blown away by the astral wind. Among them, there was one person who reached his destination, even personally grabbed a treasure, but was swept away on his way back. Everyone could not help but sigh. The abyss of death, it really was a place that devoured people without spitting out their bones. It fully stimulated people's greed, then led them to their death. Chu Tian coldly watched from the side. He firmly believed that he had grasped the astral wind's pattern. There was a way. There must be a way. At this time, another small island was blown over. The small island was covered with dark blue herbs. There was also a stone table. On the stone table there was a transparent jade bottle and a ring. It was about 7 feet away. That transparent jade bottle was filled with a refreshing energy. Even though it was so far away, it made people feel their bodies shake. Even the small wounds on their bodies quickly healed. That simple and unadorned ring was filled with a sharp aura. It was clearly a very powerful treasure. Those blue herbs were filled with an alluring aura. Even if it was the most common herb, if it could grow for hundreds or even thousands of years, it would be enough to become a treasure of the elixir grade. The small island was covered with blue herbs. How could people not be moved? This was truly a great fortune. At this time, the astral wind had just passed its peak. It was rapidly weakening. Chu Tian had already grasped the pattern of the astral wind's changes. A good chance. Taking a few steps, he jumped off the stone road, entered the endless void, and flew towards the small island.